go into our first D&D stream session. Hi, everyone.
Hello.
It's so good to see you guys.
Hello, everybody.
What's up?
We hear but don't see. Yeah.
Yes.
So, can you guys see us now?
Hi, Art. Yes, it has begun.
It has begun, Lady Art. Oh yeah, it's so good. I have the chat up just for now for this first hour when we're gonna get all the technical hiccups worked out and chatting with folks and you know, working out the deets and talking about the backstory and history. And yeah, so thank you guys so much for joining us on our first session. The name of this, the colloquial name we give to this campaign session is Isles in the Mist. And we'll go into that and what that means here in just a sec. Again, thank you guys. We've been playing for a few weeks now, a couple of months, right?
Yeah, almost 2 months now.
And we've had a phenomenal time. We gel really well, which is hard to find. Finding folks, like-minded folks who you click with both personally and in D&D terms with the right kind of D&D style is a rare and beautiful thing. And for us to do both, oh my God, it's been an honor and a privilege, and wow, it's awesome. So as you guys can see, whoa, we have some fancy stuff going on. Up in the upper left-hand corner, we have the lovely, amazing Druid IRL and extirpatefate, the wonderful streamers that are all part of the Joy Brigade. We have a blast. And then over here to the right, you have the lovely itsStarkitty.
Hi.
This
The
is my
beautiful Starkitty.
I know, she's so wonderful. Who forgot her ears?
Oh, yes.
She's gonna go get them. She'll be right back. I knew as soon as I said that she'd want to run and get them. And so as you can see, she ran off. Yet you can still potentially hear her because we have a cool wireless mic, lapel mic set up. And of course, I'm StormyD, your host, Storm Saga Games. You all know this crazy, shiny-haired fool right here. And like I said, the campaign world is, there she is.
I'm ready.
Now it's Starkitty. As you can see on her shirt, adventure is calling. And then we got my shirt here, which is you can certainly try with the gold dragon.
We don't have D&D shirts yet.
It's perfect DM. Perfect DM. That's all right. As long as they're a cool T-shirt, that's all that matters. So, now let's get to talking about the world. Well, before I do, let's start. Starkitty, is there anything that you want to say at this point?
No, I don't have anything to say at this point other than just trying to refresh myself on my character background.
Right on.
Yeah.
All right. Druid, do you have anything to say about you? Or now, don't go into your character yet. We're gonna have a moment for that. But just do you have anything you want to say about yourself and or your stream?
Not really.
Okay.
I'm just really happy to be here.
Awesome. I'm putting everybody on the spot. I'm sorry. Fate, how about you?
No,
Anything?
it's okay.
I'm fucking ready.
So ready.
Right.
Yeah.
Well said.
I'm
well
so
said.
ready. I'm so juiced.
Okay. All right. So let's get into the little bit of backstory here, folks. The world that I have crafted, the name of the planet, the name of the world that they're on is called Vesuna, like Vesuna. And the world of Vesuna is about half the size of Earth and is mostly water. The only continent on this planet is on one side of the planet. The other half is a vast ocean with small polar islands in the north and the south. The central and only main continent is called Grisantha, and it is roughly the size of Europe. In Grisantha, by the way, this is just some a tasty tease of lore for you guys. It's not super critical for this campaign session, for this world that we're creating, but I know you folks like to have that extra bit of flavor, so here it is. Again, it's Grisantha is roughly the size of Europe. It's made up of 9 feudal nation states controlled by what's effectively an oligarchy of 9 merchant lords. They basically founded the Merchant Guild Association to keep the peace after a global conflict nearly destroyed civilization about 30 years ago. So that's kind of the little bit of a tiny tease, a tiny little bit of history and lore of the world itself. And to get started on where we're at with the actual story, which is what's important, the story of these characters' lives, and that's how I like to focus as a DM. I create my world around my players, and so ultimately it's about their experiences as they move through this world. Let's get started with the first 2 characters that we see. They opened up on a hilltop above the port city of Zon in the nation of Brunwick as they were traveling down to this port city. We're gonna go into the backstory of the characters at some point during role playing, or we might even just kind of talk about. I think I'm gonna have everybody talk a little bit about their backstory because right now the characters, the players, have already role played enough that they've shared a lot of their backstory with each other, and so it's okay if we share it with you guys. So for now, though, I'll explain where they started. Again, back on that hilltop, they basically their adventures await. They came down to this port city of Zon with the intention of purposefully heading to a place called Frontier Isle. Frontier Isle is the main isle in an area called the Isles in the Mist, and that is the campaign setting. The Frontier Isle is the size of Iceland, and the entire Isles in the Mist area includes some smaller volcanic islands surrounding the main Frontier Isle, and those surrounding islands are roughly about half the size of the Caribbean islands, and most of them are volcanic, and they're surrounded by deep, thick coral reefs and not really traversable. So the story, the history of why the Isles in the Mist is a adventure site is that basically about 5 years ago, the ship technology had grown enough that the Merchants Guild Association had started sending ships a little farther out. And eventually they found an area in the ocean that was surrounded by basically these this kind of dark clouds in rainstorms in a strange kind of circular pattern, and in that area of those clouds, there's this kind of barrier of mist, and the ocean itself around these islands was covered with this green algae that made the ocean just turn this kind of bright green. And ultimately, the Merchants Guild Association did some exploring there, and they tried to found some early colonies. Actually, before it was the entire MGA, it was just a couple of organizations, and but they failed miserably because the island, the Frontier Isle, appears to be covered with all manner of savage beast monsters and creatures that are dangerous for people to live in. So the Merchants Guild Association created basically a system of adventurer guilds on the main city they were able to found, the main port city on Frontier Isle that you can see there in the southern area there. It's called Misty City. They were able to found that, luckily, because of the way the mountain range kind of surrounds it. It was pretty much the most peaceful spot on the island. And they were able to clear pretty far outward, pretty much the southern part of the island. In fact, I'm going to switch to a quick different map so you guys can get a bigger bird's eye view of it. We're going to switch over to full map scene here. And here's the full screen of the map. So I want to draw your attention down there to the southern Misty City. That's the main Adventurers Guild town. The town is broken up in a cross-like formation, almost like an ankh. And basically there are several...
Attention, we are being followed.
Oh, wow.
Shall I dispatch the welcoming drones?
No, I guess you do get notifications.
Yeah, I haven't been able to turn those off. Oh well, thank you for the follow.
Yes, thank you for the follow.
Yeah. So once we get started with the actual playing, we won't be responding to those, just so you guys know. Yeah, thank you. For now, though, we're in that first hour and a half part to describe what's going on. So back to it. So what was the name of the city? Again, I can barely read it from here. Misty City. So Misty City was founded. And the Merchants Guild Association set up an organization of adventurers guilds that were meant to both collaborate and compete with each other. Not compete from a like a financial perspective, but compete. The competitions between them is really more of a fun, informal way of motivating them to break through limitations and be stronger and better. So it's more of a contest type thing. But they ultimately, the main kind of rules and laws that were set up in Misty City is for the Adventurers Guilds to collaborate with each other. And as you can see, there are 3 green towns that are obvious in the south, and I can't quite read them there. I believe we have Prenix Village, which is a mining village to the southwest. To the northwest of Misty City. And then a little farther to the northwest, we have Dulamar Colony, which is a help me out here. Farming colony. It's an agricultural farming colony. And then we have Grinovar Township, which is a forestry town that's been set up. And those are the main places where they've been able to basically safely push back most of the encroachment of beasts and monsters, and have enough good troops and patrol to keep those relatively safe. Beyond that, as you can see in the central area of the Isle, there's Nova Crux Village and Rheingold Colony. And both of those were the first 2 settlements that were started 3 years ago at the beginning of this whole set. Of course, the Merchants Guild Association from the get-go, their whole point and the reason why they're here isn't just to explore. It's because the reason why they're exploring this isle is because the first time that they came and surveyed it, they found it rich with mineral resources and all manner of reasons to, explore and exploit it for the good of the people, of the continent of Grizanthia. And so that's why they have set all this up. And just so you know, those two grayed out villages, the ones that were the failed colonies at the beginning, they basically had to give up on them at some point, and they became sort of a training ground for early adventurers. And the system that was set up was basically every season, there's like a period of time that's best for the adventurers to travel and go forth and explore on Frontier Isle. And each season is each year is a new season. And so that's kind of the timeline and how things were set up. And I'm trying to forget. Now I'm going to take a quick brief moment to see if any of these folks have anything to add to the story that I've told so far.
No.
No. Okay.
No, I mean that's about as much as we honestly know, aside from what we've already done.
Right,
But
and also your own personal stories and stuff, which we're about to get into too, right?
yeah, of course.
All right.
But in terms of overarching lore, I feel like that covers most of it.
And that's about all we know as our characters know as well.
Right. So that's right. Good point. Thank you for bringing that up, Druid. This is as far as the party, the characters have known. All that I've told you up till now. So you're kind of all caught up on the history and things. But now let's get a little more personal with those histories and what happened. Let's back up to where I was describing to you so the two characters that were looking down that hill at the port city of Zon, ready for their adventure, is Lorkris, who is Fate's character, and Lorkris is a Discord freaked out.
Yep.
Is that the
Hang
internet
tight.
issue you guys were talking about?
No.
No, that wasn't on our end. That looks like your end from this perspective. Yeah.
So
Are we? So you might have to. So it looks like that you're gonna have to go back into the video chat.
Bear with us, folks. We got another slight technical hiccup. Again, this is our first time, so we're gonna run into these issues. Let's go into RP scene and see if we can fix it. So obviously, it looks fine for you guys. You see all the four screens. Unfortunately, this does mess things up for for Fate and Druid. For some reason, Discord looks different now. Let me ask you guys, do you think you'll be able to, maybe on a separate screen, just go full screen with the stream? And then you'll be able to see everything that we will be seeing, so we can play that way? What do you think? Is that doable?
We can give it a shot. Yeah, we can do it for this time. Totally.
We can give it a shot.
Yeah, because that might be our only
And then
option.
I can still hide. I can still hide chat and everything.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I mean, I can't think of anything else that we can do, because I'm not sure how to solve what Discord keeps doing. It's like it's dropping out. Or I wonder if it has something to do, like right now, you guys in Discord don't have my camera anymore.
Correct.
And we have Fate's from his thing. If I turn that off, it'll mess up the order of the cameras, won't it? So we need to leave that as is. Well, at least everything's okay for the stream. But I do want to remind everybody. Also, I'm glad that I thought of this. Everybody, if suddenly sometime tonight we lose Druid and Fate, please understand that they got a warning that their internet might go out in their area. It's a possibility in their area. And so we just wanted to give you a forewarning of that. It may not happen at all, and we hope it won't. And they have really good, solid internet now. But since their internet company gave them that warning, we thought we'd pass that on. And again, since this is first nights, first time doing this, we'll work out the kinks and figure out what's going on. So let's.
Yep, we're all good. So we see you. We don't see chat, at least on the screen, so we're good.
Can you see a big enough scene from watching it on? Okay, I'm sure there's a delay though, right?
Yeah, but that's okay.
Okay, all right. Yeah, we'll have to solve it next week. All right.
Yeah,
At any rate.
no worries.
Now, where was I? Oh, we were talking about the two characters on the hill, ready to get their adventures started. We have Lorkris, the
Goliath.
Goliath, thank you. The Goliath from the and I will actually now that we've introduced Lorkris the Goliath, and he is with the lovely Fern, the wood elf, who is, by the way, that is something I forgot to tell everybody about in the lore of this world. Back up a second. So the other interesting thing about the lore of this world, during that global conflict that they had 30 years ago, a sort of hegemony of races came together, and they basically made peace with one another, because some of the races were exploited by some of the dictators, and in the long run, they all decided that they would be better off by creating a more open society, and so most of the nations of the world, there's a kind of a closeness of the different fantasy races. One interesting notable exception is that there's almost no history of a specialized race of beings called wood elves. Basically, obviously there are elves in this world, and there are various different kinds of elves. But on this particular planet, on this particular world, for some reason, the wood elves on this continent, on Grizanthia, there's not really much history. There's some brief ancient history spoken of wood elf travelers, but it's mostly just myth and legend. And so almost nothing is known. They basically are a non-existent race for most people in the continent of Grizanthia, and so that's important to note, because Fern, which is Druid's character, is a wood elf, and so she has an unusual appearance compared to other elves. She's smaller, and then also just something about her, there's some other characteristics that are a little bit smaller. So now that I've talked to you about both of those characters that are now awaiting their adventures on the top of that hill, and we'll get to what they've been doing since then. First, I'm going to have Fate. He's going to introduce his character, Lorkris, and he's going to describe him to us and tell us a little bit of his backstory. Just there you go.
So, Lorkris is a Goliath. Now, he is a relatively short Goliath. They're known to be about 7 to 8 feet tall, if I'm not incorrect. But Lorkris is about 6'4", so he's a little bit short for a Goliath. He's got light gray skin with a bunch of blackout tattoos across his body and face. There's a lot that come from his lower jaw and chin down to his neck and chest, arms, shoulders. He had many visions of a green sea that called him from his home in the mountains down to the neighboring forest, where he eventually found a shaman named Skithrix, who was a cleric of the Wild Mother. And he had spent many years with him. During that time, Lorkris had started to do some scarification within his black tattoos to represent the runes and the teachings that he learned from the Wild Mother.
Where was he originally from? Sorry to interrupt you.
He's from Greymount Village.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
That's the name of his. Yeah, sorry.
Go ahead.
During his time with his his mentor Skithrix, he learned a lot about the Wild Mother and kind of became a follower of her himself. And one fateful day, as all stories begin, this creature appeared, feral and hostile to the world, showed up. It happened to be Fern.
Yes.
However,
may I interrupt a second? So,
Yes.
if I remember correctly, you told me that you and your mentor had been traveling to see different parts of nature, and you had traveled to a different forest, and that forest was called what again, Druid?
Grim Nora Thicket.
The Grim North Thicket. So they had traveled to a rare and mythical forest to learn more, and it was there that Lorkris and his mentor Sithrix, did I say that right?
yeah,
You guys came upon Fern, and now continue. Sorry.
Lorkris's mentor immediately wanted to strike her down, and in an act of selfishness on Lorkris's part, struck down his own mentor to save her. And then
Yeah, so
protected her.
basically, to clarify, from the way you described it to me and the way I understood it, it was that it was just a shocking, terrible moment where suddenly this mentor that you looked up to for so long suddenly had this kind of bizarre rage and thought that this strange feral wood elf was some sort of abomination that needed to be destroyed, and you couldn't fathom he seemed almost mad and insane in what he was doing, and for some reason your character felt compassion and compelled to protect her instead, and to save her you had to strike down your own mentor. Am I right?
That is correct.
And in doing so, in your own mind, you basically have become an Oathbreaker style paladin, correct?
That is correct.
All right, gotcha. Thank you. Go on. Continue.
And now I'll actually pass it off to Druid to describe her character.
Fern is 4'8", and she has this like light tanned complexion and these big, huge, all white eyes. She has no pupils. They're just these big, huge, all white eyes. And she has these long locks and braids and twists of just hair that just kind of flows everywhere. And she's has like this wild feral look to her, and she has no idea how she ended up in that forest, has no recollection of her past, and the only person that she knows and trusts is Lorkris and the rest of the party now, but that's all she knows.
Gotcha. Real quick, since we're standing up on that hill, actually things will have changed a little bit about your appearances. So we'll as far as gear goes. So once we get to the point where we begin the adventure tonight, I'll have you guys do one final description of your character, where you include their gear as well, so people can know that in their heads. Okay. And so anything else to add about her and at this point?
She's not very social.
She's working on it.
She's working on it. She's working on it. She is just so desperate to know where she came from, and it was so we ended up meeting Solana in Trader Town, and she was she's the one that directed us to to Frontier Isle because there was. Do you want? Is it okay if I go that far?
I was gonna say I was gonna get to that for you, but if you prefer to describe it, I'm totally cool with that.
Okay. And Solana, she took in Lorkris and Fern for about a year and helped kind of socialize Fern a little bit too. And she actually was like, Solana was a part of knew people out here, and she's the reason why Fern and Lorkris got directed to Frontier Isle, because there was whispers that there were wood elves. And so that is why they decided to make this trek out there, because Fern is just so desperate to know where she came from, and because she doesn't know.
Right. A little added addendum to that, not addendum, but add-on to that, is that Lady Solana was a retired adventurer herself, who is now an herbalist and alchemist in the town of Trader Town. And that's,
Trader Town.
That was the first town when Lorkris basically slew his own mentor in became the protector and rescued Fern from this terrible situation, and was fraught with all that was going on. They had to go somewhere, and eventually they ended up in Trader Town, and by chance they bumped into Lady Solana, and she could see something special in both of them and sensed something about them, and so she mentored them, took them under her wing, and you know, there were some little details here and there that were unique, but after they did a few minor things in there, you know, a few minor things for her, and did some minor adventuring. There's not a lot of adventuring to be done in the main continent anymore, because it's mostly been civilized, but there's still occasional things that happen. And so it was at that point, for the, you know, in mechanics of the game Dungeons and Dragons, the two characters effectively had become level 3 by that time, as they kind of traveled together and explored and did some adventures for Lady Solana and stuff like that. And so but there came a point where, you know, like you said, Drew, Fern needed to know more, and once Lady Solana found these interesting details because of her contacts on Frontier Isle, because she's a retired adventurer, she decided it would be a good idea for them to pursue their own life, pursue their own destiny, and interestingly, there's a little bit of a secret about Lorkris that is still not completely known to other members of the party, and so I'm not going to share that with you guys just yet. But there was a reason that Lady Solana decided that it was a good idea to send both of them to Frontier Isle. Basically, she found out something interesting that seemed to be too much of a coincidence, and it seemed to be, pardon the expression, fate, that the two of them needed to go to Frontier Isle. And so that was why she actually, not only did she send them, but she sent them with her letter of recommendation, and she even funded their travel there. And yeah, so what ended up happening after that was, we're going to get you in here in just a second here, Starkitty. And what ended up happening after that was they boarded. They went to the port city of Zahn, and they boarded the ship. And they were really disciplined, and they didn't do too much exploring in the city because they knew that they could end up getting sidetracked. And so they boarded the ship and made their way to Frontier Isle proper. And but that night, it was not the best of nights. When they arrived in Frontier Isle, it was a storm at that time. It was dark. It was nighttime, and so it was just miserable. And to top it all off, the gold pouch that they had been given by Lady Solana, that was to be their entry fee for the Merchants Guild Association, to register as professional adventurers, was stolen on the ship. And so they ended up talking to the captain, and they were all panicked and worried that they wouldn't have any way of making up what they had lost to be able. They didn't, you know, they're strangers in a strange land, not knowing what they were going to do, and now their wallet was stolen. They, you know, their money was gone. So they figured out a place that they could stay, and that was the Castaway Inn. Yeah, thank you.
Castaway Inn.
Castaway Inn is on
Inn.
yeah. Castaway Inn is a place that is on a section of Misty City called Unranked Row, and what that is it's a few additional adventurers guilds that are unranked right now amongst the competition of guilds. And in a little bit, I'll go over those things. But for now, what's important is the characters, and so that's their entrance to the Misty Isle, and they're stuck here on Frontier Isle now. And but about this same time as they're arriving, the other main character of the story, played by the lovely itsStarkitty, is her name is Emillynn Ray. Oh, by the way, we did forget to mention the professions. Well, I guess I didn't entirely. So Fate's character Lorkris is effectively a paladin of the Wild Mother, and the Wild Mother is also known as Melora, who is the goddess of nature. And Fern is a druid, of course. Shocker of all shockers. Fern is a druid of Melora, although she has the powers and capabilities of a druid of Melora, despite the fact that she doesn't know anything about Melora. She had to be taught that by Lorkris. And so everything that she knows about the Wild Mother is simply what she was taught by Lorkris, and she's still connecting with her connection to the god of nature herself. And so she, you know, that's kind of part of her mysteries that are unfolding within her. So now back to the lovely Emillynn Ray. Emillynn Ray is a bard, but she's an exceptionally talented bard, and I will let her describe her character and share the parts of her backstory that she wants to up till this evening.
Okay. So as Stormy said, my character is Emillynn Ray. She is a bard. She's about 5'9" with black hair. She likes to wear a lot of blue. It's her favorite color. And she likes to play the violin or the viola as her main instrument. You can catch her anytime she's in town at the Castaway Inn playing her violin. When you think about it, think Lindsay Sterling as how my bard performs. So
she plays a rockin' violin and dances while she does it.
Yes.
Gotcha.
And then Fern is my backup dancer.
Now that they know each other, which we haven't gotten to yet.
Eventually she becomes my backup dancer. But my character ended up on this adventuring guild, just to experience the world, because before she came here she was traveling around with a group of traveling bards all over, just learning how to become a bard, playing different instruments. And
a troupe of her performers?
Yes, a troupe of performers, and finally decided that it's time for her to make her own music. So her band leader of the group was like, in order to make your own music, you got to go experience life on your own. So he kicked me out, and here I am.
And so during that time, you're originally from the nation of Stragos, correct?
Yes.
And then during your traveling with the Bard troupe, you traveled to two other countries, the nation of Nasse, Nasse, and then to Brunwick, which was where you end up at the port city of Zon. well, you weren't necessarily when he kicked you out. It wasn't necessarily in that port city, but he was the one who recommended that you go check out Frontier Isle, wasn't
Yes.
he?
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay. And so now, catch us up a little bit further. Your character was inspired by her mentor to go to Frontier Isle and have her own adventures, right?
Yes.
So when she got there, what did she, what did she experience? What was happening to her?
So when she first arrived at Frontier Isle, it was very, it was coming close to the start of the season, which would have already been hard enough for her on her own as a bard to try and join a guild, because a lot of the teams were already confirmed. So she had to go around town and see if there was a guild that was willing to take her on. Being a bard, everybody's like, "Oh, you're just support. We don't need. We got our support. We don't need any more."
Attention, we are being followed.
So,
Shall I dispatch the welcoming drones?
Thank you.
If only they knew.
So from there, she ended up finding a guild that would be willing to take her on, but she needed to form a team of her own. So with that in mind, she started to find a team. She needed at least 3 people.
No, at least 2 people at first.
At least 2 people plus me form the team.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
You needed a minimum of 3 people on a team.
Yeah,
Right.
minimum of 3 people on a team. So this is how she started her quest to try and put together a team before the season began. I think I had 3 days?
Yeah, I'll step in at this point. Yeah. So so she basically was able to negotiate with a charming Irish-sounding little human fellow named Mr. Jocko, who owns an unranked guild called Mr. Jocko's Relic Hunters. And Mr. Jocko basically, he had already filled out 2 of his 3 teams, and unfortunately his 3rd team didn't, they basically, for whatever reason, didn't end up contracting with him. And so he was short a team, and he was trying to put one together. And Emillynn Ray here had kind of, because she's a good information gatherer, had caught wind of that. And so she was trying to negotiate with him to let her put together his 3rd team. And he was very skeptical because, again, just like she pointed out, bards are typically support characters. And not exactly, for Frontier Isle, the cream of the crop is, so he had a predisposed, he was basically prejudging her because of her profession, not really giving her enough of a chance. But she was a skillful negotiator, and so she convinced Mr. Jocko that if she could put together a team, that he should go ahead and hire them on. And so he basically he didn't believe that she could do it. He told her, okay, well, you have until the start of the season. If you can get 2 people to join you, then I'll let you join my organization. Then I'll bring you on. And basically, yeah, that's kind of where we came to that evening, where Fern and Lorkris had made it off the ship, and were kind of in a terrible situation. And it was kind of interesting during the time she was trying to find people to recruit. They were trying to find someone who would let them join. That night, they ended up staying at the inn. They kept missing each other in many ways as they went and talked to the MGA, because the Merchant Guild Association, of course, has their main headquarters there. They have their own central headquarters there in Misty City, and where a lot of activities, a lot of things happen, a lot of administrative things happen there, and so it's where you have to register and things like that. And they had gone there, and of course she had gone there, but they just kind of kept missing each other. And eventually, through the threads of fate, they bumped into each other and found each other. Refresh my memory. What was the first meeting? Was it they caught your performance, or I don't remember exactly. I think you had gathered some information that that there were some new people. Before I get ahead of myself, though, I do want to explain that they went back the next day to the captain who was getting ready to leave, and it turns out they did the right thing by asking the captain to deal with the money that was stolen from them, because it turned out it was one of his sailors, and he was actually able to recover their money, and so their bad news turned into good news, and ultimately they. I don't remember the details. Maybe you guys can remember, but if we don't remember, that's okay. The bottom line is they eventually connected with each other. And do you guys remember any of these?
We were playing kind of a little bit of phone tag. At least Emillynn was playing phone tag with us that didn't know that we were being called. We were investigating.
We were just trying to find somebody that would take us.
Mm-hmm.
And then
hang on, I've lost.
Did you lose us?
Sound? Oh, there we go.
Oh,
I lost your audio for a second.
I think we were just being quiet listening.
Okay. We were investigating the Crystal Hedge because that's where Solana was. Right. She was an adventurer with the Crystal Hedge.
Yeah, she was like a part of it or knew somebody or something, and then.
Yes, that's right. So they're basically 5 ranked guilds. In the second tier ranked guild, there was an Elven Ranger that works for them named Fulcrum, and Fulcrum is an old friend of Lady Solana, and so they basically had kind of found some folks who would help them, and they didn't actually they couldn't join any of the ranked guilds, obviously, because they're such greenhorn noobs. But in the long run, they at least gave them some good feedback, and they sent them off to check out either Stenal's First Dragoons, which was a sub guild of Crystal Hedge, and I'll go over those guilds here in a little bit, guys. And then, but then finally, they didn't get taken in by Stenal's, but some of the clerks that they talked to ended up being the same clerks that Emillynn Ray talked to, and so Emillynn Ray basically got to a point where she was chasing them down, finding these folks. And then when she did,
I did eventually find them because the lovely people at the Castaway Inn, said, "Oh, there are 2 people actually looking for a guild." And as I was talking to the lady bartender, they walked right in behind me, and I did the whole slow turn when she's like, "Speak of the devil, here they are."
That's right. You remembered that. Good memory.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And we were curled up. Fern was curled up next to the fire when you decided to go on stage and perform, and then she was like, "Oh, yay!"
Just for anybody who's interested in a little bit deeper lore, the innkeeper's name is Rollo, and the barkeep maiden is Stina, his wife. Oh, anyway, now, so they eventually met with each other, and before I continue to let you guys know, of course, actually, no, not before. Once they hooked up with each other, then refresh my memory on how you were able to convince them to join you. I mean, obviously they were in a desperate situation. Despite that, though, they were wise and wary. But, and you guys can chime in too if you remember.
I think we're pretty gung-ho.
Yeah, I feel like we were pretty much on board because we needed to find a team that would take us, and it was kind of a means to an end. We're like, yeah, okay, we'll work with you because we need to figure out more about understanding, Fern's past, and Lorkris is basically just, not a simp, but
Let's not use that word on Twitch. But yeah, so no, he's there for himself too, though. Remember, he's got that secret agenda.
No, yeah, definitely. I mean, we didn't really figure that out until a little bit later. That was just kind of
No. Remember, there was something that Lady Solana had given you information about.
Your little thing, the thing.
I mean, yeah, I may have added that in a different place in time in my head.
Oh, well, maybe we can discuss that, you and I, out of character, out of session, to make sure that we clarify it. But yeah.
Okay.
No worries, no big deal. All right, so basically, you guys were gung ho, but you were kind of like, a couple of people who really want a certain car going into a car dealership. You tried to pretend to be wary and careful about it, but you really want that car. You already know you really want that car, and so you were pretty easily swayed. But at the very least, like you said, you didn't know this person, but you thought you would at least, this was your in. So worst case scenario, if it didn't work out with this person, you would at least have an in towards any guild and get the ball rolling, get your stuff started, right? Of course, it turned out much later on that you're a much better fit than you realized at the beginning. So before we continue on with that, though, let's back up a second and talk a little bit about the guilds. And I'll just briefly kind of go over them. There are 5 primary adventurer guilds that are the ranked guild. Each guild can have a maximum of 3 teams, and each team can have a maximum of 6 members, a minimum of 3. Most of them typically don't have more than 4, though. It's not necessarily that easy to always get new qualified adventurers, because they don't want to, the Merchants Guild Association doesn't want to just send people to their deaths. So there is a registration process, and there's some paperwork you have to fill out. Of course, for Fern and Lorkris, Lady Solana kind of had filled out that stuff for them, unbeknownst to them. She was the one who had registered them because she knew that they would be more than adequate for the task. And your character, Starkitty, Emillynn Ray, she definitely had filled out all the paperwork and had to kind of prove that you could actually be there. Despite that, though, again, like you said, you're a bard, so people underestimate you as a bard, much to their chagrin later on. At any rate,
That is so
the
true.
the main ranked guilds, the number 1 ranked guild is called Steel Dawn. The number 2 and 3 ranked guilds are technically tied for number 2 as far as numerical ranking, and that is Crystal Hedge and Loam Riders. And then the 4th ranked guild is the 74th Black Shield Regiment. And the final 5th ranked guild is Renly's Bonejack Marauders. And those names might come into play in the future. Right now, for the purposes of the story of these characters, it has not really been it hasn't mattered a whole lot, other than they've kind of touched on a little bit, some of those folks. And their main competition is Stenoth's First Dragoons, which is an unranked sub-guild, and a couple of other sub-guilds that they don't even remember the names of. So, now that Lady Ray, as she's affectionately known, Emillynn Ray, has convinced these folks to join them, now she takes them over to Mr. Jocko, and
I go,
shocks him by actually having recruited 2 members last minute on the last day. Actually, it turned out to be she had almost no time left, and Mr. Jocko did not like it, but he is a man of his word, and so he agreed to let her, she and the other 2 team members, do basically a kind of a temporary test mission kind of thing. He agreed to bring them on to his organization. He was worried that they'd get slaughtered, but he told them he really recommends they find a 4th member, but at the very least, you can go out. And they were sent on their first mission. I think it was a day or two later, and that first mission was to Rheingold Colony, and the whole purpose of the mission, I believe the mission was simply to scout the area of any potential humanoid monstrous marauders, right? And during that time, so the three of them went on this mission, and this was a chance to get to know each other. This was a chance for the folks for each other to get to see what they're capable of. And actually, I think I misspoke. Their first mission was actually to scout out. Yeah, I jumped ahead. Their first mission was to scout out the pond. They call it a pond. It's really kind of a small lake in between Rheingold Colony and Novacrux Village. And when they scouted it out, they happened to stumble across some goblins that were there getting water near the pond. And as they took on the goblins, they realized it was three goblins and a goblin captain. Is that what they're called again?
Yes.
Yeah, goblin captain. I don't think it was captain. Maybe that's what it is. Anyway, it was basically a little goblin leader, slightly more powerful goblin, and they went over to engage them. So the mission was only to scout and to clean up if the threat looked like something they could handle. And so, seeing three goblins and one goblin leader, they thought they could handle it. It turned out, though, that this was half of a larger troop. On a hill behind them, through a bit of a thicket, another three goblins, right? No, excuse me, another four goblins was hiding. They weren't hiding for ambush. They were actually just kind of foraging and had not been spotted by the party. And on top of that, a hobgoblin, who turns out was the actual captain of this entire troop, was on the other side of the pond, doing his business. And so when they went to engage the four goblins that they thought they could handle, suddenly they were flanked by another four goblins coming up behind them. And as they were dealing with them, then the hobgoblin captain came along, and wow, everybody got to shine there, because they didn't know each other too well, and they kind of did what their characters felt like they would. They role played it brilliantly, because they did what their characters would do in character, and that's as Lorkris is trying to take on the goblin captain and another goblin. Fern saw that she went to support him, and kind of left this is after they had killed, I think, one or two goblins, and Fern left poor Emillynn Ray kind of hanging out by a tree, and Emillynn Ray got surrounded by three goblins.
Yep.
And then the hobgoblin captain, it wasn't a hobgoblin captain, although this hobgoblin was technically the lieutenant of these goblins. And suddenly, he shows up, and of course, Fern was very wise. She laid out a spike growth between them and the goblin, and the hobgoblin, to slow his movement towards them, and also damage him. By the way, a slightly broken spell, and I think we'll probably slightly nerf it in the future, but we'll discuss that. I think we'd already discussed that we just decided to half the damage.
Yeah, so instead of 2d4, it's only 1d4.
Yeah. And so, at any rate, but it was amazing. The bard held her ground, and every little, she would like, first of all, when they first started the battle, she started off with her short bow, killed a goblin, and then she hit one with a spell, and then of course Fern also hit them with spells, and Lorkris moved up and engaged them with his short sword and shield, and they kept taking him down. But yeah, the bard got surrounded. But this was the moment where she exceeded her own capabilities, because not only did she never got a chance to actually to play any of her songs for them, did she?
Nope.
In that battle?
Not in that battle.
Because she
it was all about survival.
Yeah, she was like, Polka Goblin, Polka Goblin, Polka Goblin.
Yeah, with a rapier.
Yeah.
That's her up close and personal weapon, is a rapier.
Right. At that time, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and it still is right
still
now.
is.
But yeah, there's some other changes that have happened. But anyway, we'll get to that. So at any rate, they, in the long run, and feel free, guys, if you want to share any details that you feel are important. They eventually defeated all the goblins, and the spike growth deterred the hobgoblin enough that it decided to retreat and run away. And what was that the moment that you guys gave him the moniker, or was that the second time?
No, this is second
Okay,
time.
all right. So
It
yeah,
was
all
the
right.
second time.
So yeah, so he ran away, kind of gave them the bird and ran off, and they felt lucky to have survived, and they were all kind of banged up, all three of them.
Yeah, I just remember that both of you guys were surprised about my character and going, "Are you sure you're a bard?"
Yeah, what was the nickname you guys gave her after that fight?
Oh, we knew that she was definitely like, she is captain, she is the all-powerful, how dare you have slept on her? And like Fern was just like, Jocko, how dare you not know that she was amazing? And
I think Lorkris called her a war bard or something like that. It was
Yeah.
phenomenal. Yep. And all right, do you have anything else to add, Lorkris, to that battle that you remember? Nope.
No.
Not that I can think of.
And then so they dragged their way back, and of course, all bloodied and muddied and beaten up, but successful. And of course, after looting the goblins and.
Yeah, I was going to say, don't forget the important part, the loot.
Yeah, of course, the loot.
Yes. All of the loot.
Mm-hmm. And so they eventually, returned back to Mr. Jocko, successful. And they brought toes, because the guild does want proof of what people report on their adventures. And so they brought back goblin toes. And of course all the serviceable armor and weapons that they could, because that's kind of where, and whatever gold might have been on the goblins. And it wasn't a lot this first time out, but it was a decent amount. And of course the characters, they felt successful.
We felt successful, but then we realized that we need a fourth person.
Yeah. It was rough enough that they were like, you know what? Wait, was that the time that you needed a fourth person? Did you have a fourth person for the second mission? Yeah. Okay. So yeah. They realized they needed a fourth person. It was pretty rough, but they, at least at this point, Lorkris and Fern felt confident in the person that had recruited them. Although kind of the opposite was with Emillynn. She was like, I like these guys. I see their power and their strength, and but they did kind of leave me hanging out there. So she was a little bit kind of torn a bit there, but she was like, no, I'm going to stick with them. I have a good feeling about these folks, and she really liked them too, and that's what mattered. Yes. And so in the end, they made it back to Mr. Jocko. Mr. Jocko was shocked that they had already he was shocked that they. Based upon at first he didn't believe their report, but then when they had proof to back up their report, he was like, well, I'm sorry I underestimated you. And ultimately he decided, you guys are officially going to be on my crew. I'm happy to bring you on as my third team. And so that's what he did. He brought them on as their third team, and then they spent a little bit of time at Castaway Inn again. The bard did some performing, and they ate some food and made some money, extra spending cash. Then they were sent on their second mission. Wait, so the second mission was after they just Mr. Jocko had told them you need to get a fourth, and
Yes.
they decided they needed to get a fourth.
Yes, we decided we needed a fourth. We needed another DPS.
They needed a
Yes.
cleric.
We needed a cleric.
No,
So
no.
bad.
No. You needed a DPS. Because you guys don't. I know we're going to get to that. The reason why that's an inside joke, you guys will understand here in just a bit. But the bottom line is they knew they needed a little bit more DPS because they have plenty of healing. He's a paladin, so he can do healing. She's a druid, so she can do healing. And even the bard has some healing, a little bit of healing spells. She has actually one of the best
Word.
healing spells. Yeah, healing word is the only ranged healing spell in, not the only, but one of the only early level ranged healing spells. And so they have plenty of healing. So they definitely didn't need a cleric. They needed a little bit more DPS.
Yes.
But considering that the season had just started and most of the teams had kind of been figured out, it was rough to get because they had to basically interview the folks who had been kind of
The murder hobo.
well, yeah, we'll get to that in a second. Yeah.
Oh man.
Yes,
Oh, man.
we'll get to that. I didn't even realize, but he's technically the perfect caricature, isn't he?
Yes. Yes.
But they needed to interview some folks.
We needed to recruit a fourth person.
Yeah, a fourth person.
And this time,
well, these people, because of the lateness of the season, were all going to be the
bottom of the barrel.
Bottom of the barrel. Yes, exactly. And
the ones that no other team wanted, pretty much.
so do you remember what order you guys interviewed them in? Because I have them written down who you interviewed.
Let's see.
At first, what you were told was to be interviewed. You needed to interview these three potential recruits.
Yeah, the first one I remember was like the straight mage.
Pyro. Okay, all right. So the first person they interviewed, was it the first? No, I don't think it was the first.
I thought it was the murder hobo, the mage, and then the
Yeah.
Okay.
So
smaller
right.
one.
So the first, I have them in order. Yeah, the first person they interviewed was a man named called Hatchet Man Horus, and he was this human barbarian, this bald human barbarian. That's kind of stereotypical, beefy. Really thick, muscly, hard-looking, wild-eyed, kind of almost like something from a Mad Max movie, but he's not very bright at all, and he dual wields hand axes, and when they met him, he basically turned out to be just this psychotic fighter. And Murder Hobo is the perfect example. Like the way he described, and the reason why he was kind of at the bottom of the barrel was because some of the other teams that he had joined in the previous season, some questionable things had happened to them, although nothing was proven. And the way that he talked to them during the interview and the question, he ultimately, they were really worried that he would murder them in their sleep. He literally was like a murder hobo.
Yeah. We were like, thank you, next.
Yeah. But then, and then the next person
we
they
also
interviewed.
did tip off I can't remember who we did, but we tipped someone off for I think he's responsible for those people dying.
Yeah, that's right. Because during your
we
conversation,
tricked him.
Yeah.
We tricked him into confessing or something. Emillynn Ray mind ninja'd him, and he semi-confessed.
Yep, that's right. That's exactly right. And so afterwards, Mr. Jocko had been kind of listening in from the other room of your interview, and so he was like, "Yeah, I concur with you guys, and I'm gonna have my assistants go send word to the MGA authorities to deal with this guy." So the next person you guys interviewed was Ferdinand the Firebrand, a pyro fire mage gnome. This little bitty gnome who just was he was very antisocial, terrified of everybody around him, but really just was super focused on burning things.
Just
And-
wanted to catch everything on fire.
And so they were like, they knew that he wasn't the kind of person who would intentionally murder people. They were worried that he would accidentally murder them in their sleep by burning them alive. And so at that point, after that interview, they're like, yeah, not this guy either. And the next person they met was Odamina Odiferous. And she was
On paper, she sounded fine.
she sounded like she was great. Like she had good stats and she sounded great. And it
She's
seemed
a
like,
monk, right?
yeah, she was a super stinky monk halfling. And
Yeah, we had to roll constitution checks.
yeah, they had to roll constitution checks to keep from throwing up from her stink. And that was the reason why she had been basically kicked out of her previous. For some reason, she just couldn't. It was almost like a curse of some kind was laid on her. She couldn't stop her stink, and of course, it would make any kind of stealth mission impossible. And so they ultimately had to nix her as a possibility. And so they were like, well, crap. And then finally, there was this one last person who was really, really the bottom of the barrel, and this fella's name was Rylar the Suffrigant. And Rylar the reason why they were the other reason why Mr. Jocko had not recommended him to them is because Rylar the Suffrigant is registered as a cleric, and they don't need a cleric. They got plenty of clerics. They're a team of healers. They don't need more healing. But the funny thing is about the reports of Rylar the Suffragant is that Rylar apparently is a cleric who doesn't heal. He doesn't even know how to heal. And so they're like, what? Okay, at least we want to see this guy. I mean, he can't be worse than the last 3 losers that we just interviewed. And as it turns out, Rylar the Suffragant has some interesting qualities about him. First of all, Rylar the Suffragant believes he's a cleric, and that's why he puts that on the registration. But Rylar the Suffragant is not a cleric. He's technically a warlock of the Great Old One, but he calls himself a cleric of goo. And so that's the other interesting thing about Rylar. He's not very bright. He actually has below average intelligence, and he's not very strong. He's literally has average strength. Like he has a 10 strength, a 9 intelligence. But Rylar is exceptional. He's actually pretty quick and pretty healthy, but he has exceptional wisdom and charisma. And for some reason, so Rylar is this 18-year-old, curly blonde-haired, young-looking, goofy-looking kid, basically, wearing a half-plate armor and a helmet that barely fits and always falls down in front of his eyes. And he's not very bright, but for some reason, he's just adorable to people. And that was actually one of the reasons why he hadn't worked out in a couple of his previous teams, was because one, he was a healer who couldn't heal because he's registered as a cleric, but he's not a cleric. He's a warlock of goo, but he thinks he's a cleric of goo, and then also, so he wasn't actually able to heal. And the other reason why he didn't fit in with some of the other groups is they just wanted to protect him all the time. They just like afraid that this fragile little kid was going to get murdered, and they're like, and so he was just. It threw off their combat dynamic, and they just weren't able to effectively use him on their team, and so he was all dejected. And the irony is that Lady Emillynn Ray, she was staying in a different inn at the beginning of this, other than the Castaway, and she was staying in an inn on the other side of town. No, excuse me, not an inn, the hostel for some of the off-season adventurers. And it turns out that she'd actually met Rylar the Suffragant indirectly before, because he had been working as a janitor at the hostel where she had been at, and because he had to do something to make a living while he was there. But he's just this sweet, innocent little guy who likes to I mean, he's not that little. What did I say? He's like he's 5'7", so yeah, he's pretty little, and he pretty much that's the gist of it. So after they realize that he's not a cleric, but actually from interviewing him, they figured out, okay, he's a warlock. And from the description of his adventures and his encounters, it turns out that Rylar was doing what exactly they need. He was really good at helping the other players with ranged DPS, because a warlock, that's pretty much all they can do. and they're like, wow, this guy's going to be perfect. He has some weaknesses to shore up, but he has some real strengths too. And they thought, well, you know what, we got to give this kid a try. It turned out he is just the right cog that they needed. They were already a really good team, but now they're exceptional together. And so that's now that we've described all them, I'll quickly show everybody. So we have.
And that's how our adventuring family grew from 3 to 4.
Here we have Lorkris. Let me get it right in front of the camera. Lorkris, of course, it doesn't look exactly like this, but he is wearing half plate armor similar to this. And the bent sword I can't fix. It just keeps always going bent. But so there's Lorkris the Goliath. And then we have Lady Emillynn Ray. And this isn't exactly the way she looks. Actually, we could probably find you a slightly better one that fits her better. I think I remember which one would be a really good one. Yeah, look at this one. Because the raven hair and the fancy outfit, but it's red, not blue.
True.
Oh well, that's fine. It doesn't matter. It's just a figure. It's just a representative. So this is what we'll use for now for her. We'll figure out something. And then this is the lovely Fern right here, the little figurine we have for her. Look at her wild, crazy, feral. with her scimitar, although she's since changed that a little bit. And then we have Rylar with his stick and his shield and his armor. Yep. So that's his thing.
And he does call it his stick. That's his weapon.
That is his stick.
Even though it's a mace.
Yeah, it's a mace. And before it was a club, and now it's a mace. He still called him a stick though. So that is the. So after they recruited this guy, okay, next mission, time to test out the new recruit and see how he works with the team. And this is when they got to figure out he worked out pretty well. So their second mission, they were sent to Rheingold Colony to explore, and this is when drama really started. And I need to go to the bathroom real quick.
Short break.
Yeah, we're gonna do be right back. We're gonna do a quick break. We're gonna leave you with an intermission map and give us just a few minutes, guys. Be right back. Okay, hi guys, we're back. I'm still gonna get up and get myself some decaf. So I'm actually gonna involve the players a little bit at this moment. We're gonna have them tell the story from their point of view, the second mission to Rheingold Colony. And you want me to roll to see who starts it off?
It was supposed to be a very stealthy mission. Didn't turn out to be very stealthy.
I guess Starkitty's gonna start
it was
off.
one of the really quick. But before we went on to the second mission, that was when we met Froggy, the dwarf.
The weapons person.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's when Lorkris got the Gladius.
Yeah.
Thank you for reminding me about that. I'm sorry I missed that.
It's okay. I have my notes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
You got the Gladius.
Lorkris, you want to tell us what the Gladius is?
It's a sword. Okay. No. So Lorkris prefers to use a short sword. From having spent time in the forest, it made more sense having a slightly shorter blade in a dense, thick forest. Problem is it does not output a decent, good damage. So went to Froggy, and he happened to have a a short sword that had the same type of output of damage as a longsword +1. So does longsword damage, but still the profile of a short sword.
Right. It's not magical. It's just of masterworks quality.
Exceptional quality.
Right.
Yes. Yes. So I had that squared away. And then we went and we were supposed to do a scouting mission.
Mm-hmm.
The intent was to go out there and take a look and just to see what's going on. It was not supposed to be a combat mission.
It was not to Rheingold Colony. It was to Novacrux Village. Was
No.
second mission?
No, I think our notes are
backwards.
Our notes are backwards. Just kidding.
Yeah.
Sorry, the notes are backwards. Yeah, when you over on the right side of the map is Rheingold Colony, and that was where your second mission was Rheingold Colony.
Yeah.
I mean, hence our missions were supposed to be go and observe. I'm sure you could tell that.
Here's a detail that's kind of important about this.
What?
Before you guys went on this mission, when you had gotten back, Mr. Jocko was noticeably distressed, remember? Because his second team had gone missing. They had not come back and reported from their earlier mission. And I believe it was to Rheingold Colony. And no, it wasn't even there. It was somewhere else, but well, I don't know. I'm not sure where. He didn't specify where, but he was just worried where they had gone missing. And so yeah, he didn't specify where they had been. Ultimately, it had been a different. They had actually gone to Novacrux Village, but you didn't know that at that time. And that's an important detail only because something that happened when you went and scouted out Rheingold Colony. So go ahead.
Well,
So yeah, we were sent to go investigate the ghost town, scout out the colony, and find evidence that goblins are making a camp there. It's supposed to be a stealthy mission. We're supposed to make our way to the edge of the village and observe without entering. And if it looks like there are goblins there, we're supposed to return back and inform. Or if we thought we could handle them because they're a small amount, then we should try and take them on.
It was called what? Preening the weeds, picking something like clean up weed. I don't know. I made a reference of something. Anyway, go on.
Yeah. So, yeah, we were supposed to stay overnight for observation, and then head back the next day.
Yeah, and during that time of observation, at the time we didn't know it was someone from Team 2, but we ended up discovering it was one of the members of Team 2 that was being dragged around and accosted. So we decided that the smartest thing to do was to go and at least try to save her. And
so the scouting mission turns into a rescue mission.
Yeah, and we ended up going in there, clearing out the baddies.
All right, to further detail it up here. So basically, they again, like StarkItty said, they were supposed to just scout and report, and if it was a minor incursion, to deal with it if they thought it was possible. They found the ghost village, or the ghost town is a small village, basically overrun with weeds. Buildings were dilapidated, falling apart. Very few buildings. Small old village.
Oh, you called it pulling the weeds.
Pulling the weeds, yeah. And so, but unfortunately, they snuck around to the backside of the village over the hills there, as you can see next to Rheingold Colony. Here, I'll switch back to the full map scene so you guys can see it. So over on that right part of Rheingold Colony, there's some hills. And so what they had done is they were smart. They had gone up on those hills and were overlooking the village and peering in on it. And that was when they spotted some goblins, and then very quickly soon after that, they saw some goblins dragging around this muscly, strong-looking woman, but she was obviously so wounded and beaten and tied up that, and they were just okay.
Have to go save her, you know.
Yeah, they had to help her. They felt compelled to help her, and so they had this great plan of going down the hill and sneaking into the village and trying to get a jump on these things. Unfortunately, it did not go as planned.
Unfortunately, Fern is not very sneaky, you know. So
well, she's great when she's cast what's the spell?
Pass without a trace.
Yeah, pass without a trace. But in this instance, she'd already used it, and she didn't want to use up that spell slot in case they got into trouble, and so they took a chance. But the RNG gods were not in their favor, but it made for a great battle because as they got down the hill, just at the edge of the village, everything okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. They were suddenly the goblins alerted and started screaming and hollering, and goblins started popping out of the woodwork. They ended up I think there was actually I think I probably have it written down. Turns out there were 6 goblins, 1 bugbear, 1 goblin boss, and another hobgoblin, who this time was wearing these very shiny plate boots in the hopes that they might protect him in case he encountered those crazy folks again. Yes, believe it or not, the hobgoblin that they had chased off, that had fled from them, they ran into him again. He was now still the captain of another team. Someone had given him a second chance, and they took them on. And guess what happened? Oh yeah,
shoes can protect you from my spike growth.
Mm-hmm, yep. Not only did they hit him with another spike growth, and basically they took down the bugbear and the goblins, and again chased off the hobgoblin in retreat. And he
recurring villain.
Yeah, barely survived. The bugbear tried to get away. They thought the hobgoblin was going to be a recurring villain, and it definitely seemed like that was going to be the case. And they were able to shoot the bugbear as it was trying to get away and downed it, but were not able to stop the hobgoblin from fleeing. And also he found that his shiny shoes, which is what they nicknamed him, shiny shoes, the hobgoblin,
shoes,
did not protect him from the spike growth spell because it's magic. It creates a magical carpet of thorns on the ground, and that penetrate armor. And so, at least he was trying to adapt. Poor fella. Just kidding. Not really feeling sorry for these these guys were vile, evil creatures. And so yeah, they almost went down hard. Actually, was this the first time that your character went down? Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
Or was it later on in Novacrux Village?
No, because this was the first time Lorkris went down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So wow, that means 3 times in a row, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, go on. So
it's the following 2 times that we have the interesting elements.
Right. All right. So moving on now. So the you ended up rescuing the lady, but she was super wounded, and healing wasn't going to get her there because of her. What had happened is her internal injuries had gone untreated for so long.
Actually, no, you're right. Sorry, I do apologize. I didn't mean to cut in. It's the next combat that I died.
Right.
Yeah, it's not this one. Because you
went unconscious. You didn't die.
Yeah.
No, I didn't fall in this one.
Yeah,
it's the next one, because this one leads into the next set of combat, which
Right.
sorry.
Yeah. No, thanks for
twice.
correcting me. I thought it wasn't 3 times. I thought it was twice. Yeah.
It's only twice. Yeah.
Right. So what we're talking about, guys, is that, and you'll find out here in the next fight. They you'll get it.
You'll find out because
Yeah, we're about to describe it. Yeah. So they that night she tried to use healing herbs and spells, and she was able to heal the hit points to a certain degree. But again, those internal injuries had become infested and had not been treated in enough time, and so they kind of healed over internally in ways that were ultimately impossible for a healer of their level to fix. Both basically they would have need a cleric of sufficient enough level to be able to cast higher level heal spells and cure disease. And unfortunately that night, as they were shortly after the fight, another storm broke out, and so they had to get shelter, and so they took shelter in basically the serviceable building in that village. And when they that night, as they were taking care of the lady adventurer, it turns out they from talking to her that did you guys write down her name? Did I?
Arda.
Yeah, Arda.
Thank you. Arda was the warrior of Team 2 from Mr. Jocko that was missing. She begged them to go save her friends. She explained that a small army of goblins and a hobgoblin and a bugbear and some sort of hobgoblin warlord had ambushed them, and not far from Novacrux village, or in Novacrux village, and they had just immediately slain their mage, just cut him in half, and then the other 3 went down hard, but they had basically captured all 3 of them. They knew, and she knew that the other warrior of the party, the barbarian of the party, was tough, but he had been knocked unconscious, and the rogue of the party had been severely wounded, maybe mortally. But when she last saw him, he was healthy, and she was given to this group as a gift to the bugbear to keep him appeased and happy. And they were told to come to this area, to split up and come to this area. And so she begged them, her last dying words, because she ended up passing away from her wounds, succumbing to her wounds that night. Her last dying words, "Please save my friends." And so they were torn, because they were told to do this mission, and this was they'd already gone way outside the purview of their original mission, but they felt like they couldn't not, like, to potentially save other adventurers, because if they traveled all the way back, and that in that time frame, they're confident that the people would probably be lost. It was already a risk that they were already dead, but still they had to do their best and
to try.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm going to go back to our RP scene. So they felt compelled. It was a tough call. Like the captain of the party, Ray, at first tried to convince them that maybe they should stick to the mission plan and go back. But in the long run, after discussing it more and getting to know each other a little bit more, they all decided, if it were me, I would want someone. And plus, they all wanted to live up to the dying wishes of the adventurer. And so they funeral wrapped her body and left her in the village with the intent of coming back here later. And then they took a chance, and they went over to Novacrux village the next day and snuck up on Novacrux village. So their third mission turned out to be a mission of their own making.
Now,
and again, Fern got them caught again.
Well, before we do that, there was the blue light that showed up in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
And dreams happened.
And the dream that happened.
that night, as they were once the storm had passed, and they all had their watches, because they're wise adventurers. They set a watch for throughout the night. Well, during Fern's watch, she saw an eerie blue glow somewhere at the edge of Rheingold Colony, in one of the buildings that they had missed, because it was a smaller building that was slightly off the main village in the forest, in the hills. It was basically just kind of a little hovel, and she was kind of freaked out by it. She told everybody about it, but the blue light faded and nothing happened. And then I believe,
When?
was that also the first night when some interesting dreams happened to your characters?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so Emillynn Ray, tell us about your character's dream that night.
My character's dream that night was she was playing at a venue, and it was something similar to a War Maiden song that she recognized but couldn't quite understand. But she felt like it was the best performance she's ever had, and she felt like she surpassed all her boundaries and limitations. After that, she looked out to the group, the audience, and noticed that all the people were spirits just frozen in place. And then everything went black, dream faded, and she woke up, not quite understanding what the dream was all about.
All right, and then Fern had a dream that night. What was your dream, Fern?
She was standing at the bottom of a cliff that reaches high into the heavens, and at the top of the cliff was a tree. And the tree says, "You have a long way to climb. Will you climb to me?" And Fern starts climbing up the mountain. But she ends up losing her grip, and she falls back. But when she fell back, she didn't get hurt. She felt enveloped with love and warmth, and she started sinking into the earth and got wrapped up with leaves and vines and bugs, and just felt so warm. And the further she sunk into the earth, the closer she felt to the tree. And then she woke up.
In Lorkris's dream.
Lorkris's dream. Lorkris has had many interesting dreams. This one in particular is a slight variation of some that he's had before that are kind of hard to describe.
Would you like to start off and tell us about your first few ones, or do you want me to?
Oh, go ahead.
You sure? Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So if I remember correctly, your first dream in the past, before ever even meeting Fern, was of a vast green ocean. And am I right?
Yeah. It was what appeared to be a green sea, and Lorkris interpreted that as the forest at that time. Right.
He interpreted it as forest in his mind, and he just was constantly dreaming of this green forest, which is why he left his village and ended up meeting his mentor, who taught him about the Wild Mother. Mm-hmm. And it was immediately after the tragic event of him slaying his mentor that that dream stopped. He didn't have the green sea dream anymore, but instead had this dream where he saw this dark figure that he couldn't quite make out in a black abyss that was seething with some sort of glowing green-eyed rage in the distance. And he would move closer to it, and then it would fade. And then what? Was there any other additional dreams beyond? That was the one that continued, right? But what?
That's the one that started, and then it morphed into the dream that we had on this night, which was.
I do want to point something out though before you say that, and that's one of the things that your character found so striking when you first came to this island on the ship, the day that you were getting close to the actual mist zone in the Isles in the Mist, right? How once you passed through that border of the mists, and you saw that. So it's interesting. It's a circular cloud barrier around this island, with the mists kind of obscuring it gray from the distance. But once you get to the mists and beyond it, it becomes like a regular island with regular weather patterns. And you can still see the ring on the outside, the ring of strange clouds and mist on the outside, but above it in the circular area is just regular weather patterns, day and night and stuff. But at any rate, once your character got past that mist barrier and saw the sea was green because of the algae that grew all around the island, and your character had this moment of this epiphany, like I'm feeling like maybe this was the green sea that I saw in my dreams so long ago that I haven't seen again. And so anyway, and then we're now to this dream on this evening, and what happened with that dream that evening?
Yeah, he's in darkness, but when he sees the eyes that he's been seeing before, they're actually on fire, and it reveals a large mountaintop. There's an orange glow near the bottom. Standing on the peak is a gothic, elegant female figure, possibly a warrior or an arcane caster. He's not sure, but definitely gives off power. Pale skin and dark hair, piercing eyes, holding a staff and a greatsword, with a banner of a skull with scales. Lorkris was scared but also intrigued, and that's when that dream ends.
Gotcha. Awesome. Okay. And so it was then the next day, you all had these kind of unusual dreams, and some of you chatted with each other about them, and some of you didn't. You kept them to yourselves, but you had stuff to process to figure out what's going on inside yourselves. And so then you guys decided to go on this second rescue mission, and you made it over to Novacrux village using the same spell that you did before. Sadly, for the second time, you timed the spell slightly off, just a bit too early, and so you showed up to the village just as the spell ended. And but you had gotten into a position around behind one of the buildings, and had enough time that you were scouting out, and you saw the Novacrux village was definitely a bigger town than Rheingold Colony. It had larger buildings. They were still, derelict buildings, empty buildings with the windows blown out, torn out, and some of them had intact doors, but a lot of them did not. But it was basically like a U-shaped. You had the town hall at the end, and then you had some buildings that were various types of vendor and merchant style buildings that also on their second floor were houses, and there were a couple of houses, and so basically that was the Novacrux village. Not quite as completely overrun by nature as the others, because it wasn't quite as old. It was the newer of the two, and they had tried to hold on to it longer in the history of it. But ultimately, it had still failed, and so it was just basically another ghost town. But in this instance, they saw what was horrifying. There in the town square, next to the fountain and the statue. Of course, the fountain empty and not running. But sure enough, there were goblin archers on the roofs, and on some of the roofs, and then there were several goblins out in the town square, and they were basically bullying and torturing these two people at the fountain who were tied up. One was this larger looking barbarian guy, and you could tell he was barely conscious and awake, but he was alive, definitely beaten and bruised and tied up, but alive. And then the other guy, the rogue, was lying next to him, also tied up, and he looked completely unconscious, maybe worse. And so you're like, okay, we're pressed for time. We've got to do something now. And by the way, she gave you guys the names of the friends that she wanted you to save. What were they?
I didn't write them down.
Uh-oh.
I've been looking.
Uh-oh. And my notes are kind of all over the place, which is sad. So I plan almost every detail, guys, but there are sometimes where I kind of do things on the fly as well, and I come up with names on the fly. So I apologize when this kind of stuff happens. That's all right. It is what it is. At any rate, it was a warrior and a rogue, and they were down, and they're like, okay, we want to try and save these folks. The other person that was there amongst those goblins, though, was that hobgoblin captain wearing full plate armor with a long sword and a shield, and there was a strange banner on a herald on the pauldron. Wow, our chat is going way longer than I expected it to. I'm glad we're doing this. That's okay, though. We'll get there, guys. I appreciate you just listening to our amazing story. We've had some great adventures, and we'll get there. So there was a banner on the plate mail of this hobgoblin captain. And this guy wasn't just a hobgoblin captain. He was a captain of hobgoblins, a warlord of hobgoblins, something much more
really powerful.
Yeah.
Really powerful.
And he was
Very
just sitting
scary.
on a chair, and he was mocking the goblins as they brutalized the humans that were there, you know, their prey, their captured people. And they also happened to see, the party was surprised to see, hanging from one of the now derelict lamp posts was Shiny Shoes, the hobgoblin. Apparently his second failure was one too many for the hobgoblin warlord, and so he was hanged. And so there they were. They're in this same position. They got to go try and save these guys from these goblins. And it's a gauntlet, right? What are they going to do? And so they were starting to craft some plans, and they were trying to be stealthy, and they had a good idea, and they were going to run with it. Unfortunately, as they were peering around the corner, they were spotted by the goblins.
Fern was the one that got them spotted.
Yeah, well, that's all right. That's all right.
Again.
And so
Okay, it happens to us all.
So Lorkris, being the ever valiant hero that he is, ran out to face the foes, to be the vanguard of the group, while the rest of the group basically tried to get around behind and flank them. And well, two of the party members tried to go around the back of the buildings to try and get around and flank them, while I believe Emillynn Ray backed up Lorkris with her bow and spells. And then this was the moment where, actually it was in the previous mission, where you got to do your first bard song to inspire the party members. And I'm not going to spoil that, because she's going to do that again for you guys the next time we get in combat, which we should be able to get to tonight, despite the fact that we're running a little long with the description.
Just to give you guys a heads up, I will not be singing. I cannot sing, but I will be inspiring as much as I can.
Yeah. She as a player may not be a great singer, but she has written some amazing parody songs to go along with her character, and she will sing, speak them, speak, sing, whenever that is. And so you guys, it'll be a fun little thing that you guys can try and figure out what song she's actually singing, that she's parodied. So bottom line is they were up for a nasty challenge. She used spike growth again to help, and it helped a lot. More goblins showed up, and basically they had to face 8 goblins and the hobgoblin warlord all together at the same time. And with several of the goblins having a elevated position on the rooftops with bows, making it even more difficult. But they pulled it out, and especially, all 4 of them, laying on with spells and battles. But during this fight, it went really, really bad when Lorkris took on the warlord, the hobgoblin warlord, and he was going toe-to-toe with him, and the hobgoblin warlord eventually dropped him down to below 0 hit points, which in 5th ed terms is unconscious. You're not actually dead until you have basically double your hit points in negative. So, even though fifth ed
Oh,
doesn't keep your, doesn't, you just have to kind of count your hit points negative. And then he was at the point where he was bleeding out and had to roll death saves. And Fern was so angry about this, she raged against the machine, raged against the hobgoblin warlord with her shillelagh. She has the worst AC of the party, and but
I was at 14 at the time.
yeah. It was pretty bad, and she almost went down. And luckily, he kept taking on, like, he missed her a couple of times, and he was not able to take advantage of some of his special abilities because of the way the combat went down. And eventually, with all the special spells and skills, and I'm not going to ruin any of the special comedic elements that happen, but those we'll be seeing later on. But yeah, between Rylar the Suffrigant, Emillynn, Ray, Fern, and Lorkris, they were able to defeat all the enemies just barely. And Lorkris was able to be revived, and with magical healing. And it turns out they were able to save the barbarian the warrior. Unfortunately, the rogue had passed on already from his illness. So, but they helped get the warrior back. And again, Mr. Jocko was now, not only was he impressed by them, now he was indebted to them. And he was super impressed by what they had done and how far they had come. And of course, before they went back, they went back and got the body of the lady they had left behind and the loot, and they got everything back. And now, about this time, because of their accomplishments of doing more than they were tasked with doing, they had built up a little bit of a reputation of some up and coming rookies who have impressed some of the higher ups. And what happens? What was next, guys? What was the next mission?
The next mission was going to
The edge of the Isles. Oh, the Iron Crest Hills.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. So am I missing any important cool details in between?
Well, we got bumped up to number 1 team for Jocko.
Well, did that happen right away, or did that happen after you came back from the Iron Crest? Oh no, you're right. He did. He decided at that time that you were impressive enough based upon your results, because your results were better than his number 1 team. So, of course, you rescued what was left of the number 2 team, and now because the seasons were in full force, he's scrambling. He can't even really get any more people to fill out his teams, and you all impressed him. And so it's right. He basically negotiated a new contract with you guys to get to up you guys to the number 1 ranked team of his guild. And unfortunately, it just means that you and now the number 2 ranked team are going to have to do more for the guild than is possible. And you all were really generous in your way that you negotiated with him to help out the guild overall.
But we like Jocko.
And so then, yeah, he sent you on your next mission, which was a sanctioned mission from the MGA, because your reputation it wasn't a big one, but it was still, it was like a test and an important mission from the MGA. He was able to secure a contract with one of the finance guilds, one of the companies that's a part of the MGA, to escort some what am I trying to say?
archaeologists, miners.
Yeah, surveyors, some geologists and miners. Their intent was to survey some caves that had been spotted in the Iron Crest Hills, which, let me switch over to the full map scene again real quick. If you'll look just past the center area where you have Rheingold Colony and Novacrux Village, just north of there, in red, is the Iron Crest Hills. Basically, anytime you see those that's the red zone of adventure. Although there's still potentially some other adventure areas that are unnamed in certain areas. So In this instance, they did a great job, and I'll kind of accelerate the story without, well, some of it anyway. They escorted a dwarf, a gnome, a human, and a half elf to the area, and were able to successfully protect them and help them survey the caves. And the cool thing about this mission was they were going to get paid a certain amount.
4,000.
Yeah, they were going to get, well, the guild was going to get paid 4,000 for this contract just for accomplishing it. But there was a potential $6,000 gold piece bonus if it turned out that the resources were valuable enough that were found, if they found any very valuable resources in the caves once they did the survey. And so that's what you guys did. And the first two caves weren't really much of a big deal. One was empty. The other one had a bear that druid, as a druid, talked to using her magic and got him to leave. And so she could save the bear. Good for you, saving the bear from the
I didn't
people.
want to kill it.
I know.
You know?
And then they found a third cave that was in a little hidden. It was actually, they found a crack in the hillock that led to a small grotto, and there was a bigger cave in the grotto area. And in that area, it turns out they faced off against a male Ettin and defeated it handily before. An Ettin is a two-headed giant. And they defeated the male Ettin before it got to them using spells and ranged weapons. But they had heard that they had heard another Ettin in the cave, and so they tried to they decided to go and let the crew know that to stay back. Basically, they were really wise. They had, each time they cleared a cave, they had the survey crew wait in that safe cave while they checked out the other ones. Well, when they found this third cave, they went back and let them know, hey, we found another cave, but we killed an Ettin, but we believe there's another Ettin. We're going to go deal with it. And when they did, they found that this time they were smart. They tried to draw out the Ettin. It turned out it's a female Ettin that was a mama. So the two Ettins that were there were a male and a female. And the female Ettin came out of the cave. They drew her out, but she was a little bit smarter than the male in that she was chunking rocks at them instead of getting close. And she had a little bit better range. And so ultimately and then she ran back in the cave. And so they decided, well, we can't, this isn't going to work. We're going to have to go fight her in the cave. And it turned out also a little bit tragic, but she was insane. The female mother Ettin was insane because her baby had been born as a stillborn, and the birth had kind of messed up her brains of both heads. And so in the long run, they had to put her down and put her out of her misery, and of course she was an extreme threat. And they drew the Ettin. That's funny. Even has boobs. That's hilarious. And so they were able to defeat the maddened Mama Ettin, and it turned out that this cave was full of very valuable resources. And so the surveyors even gave them individual bonuses. I think it was 100 gold each or something like that, on top of awarding the $6,000 bonus to the guild. And so now, I don't want to skip out any of the additional dreams that have happened. So, because I know in between all this, some additional dreams have happened, right?
Well, I saw the blue dot again.
Oh yeah.
No, it was.
And nobody else can see it.
That's right. On another one of the nights on the way back, you saw that blue glow in the distance in the forest, but
in the general direction that it was.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then now Lorkris did have another thing occur to him.
Yeah.
And it was about the time, was it? I think it was actually, yeah, you guys, right after the mission in Rheingold Colony, before you went to do the second rescue mission, you guys had leveled up to level 4.
Yeah,
and it was at that time that you had a new dream, and that dream was really freaky because that same woman came to you, and but before she came to you in the dream, you finally got close to that figure with the glowing green eyes that was burning with rage, and it turned out it was you in front of you. And as it vanished, that's when you saw this figure, this lady, and she kept saying to you, "Will you be her champion?" And eventually you
over breakfast.
Yeah, this was happened over breakfast. You got this.
Yeah, so I heard it in the dream. And I didn't give an answer. And then during breakfast that following morning, I hear it again. Will you be her champion? You need to make a choice. And Lorkris just
in the morning stew, I think if I remember correctly,
staring at the morning stew.
A symbol of a strange skull-like shape had appeared in the stew, and that was when he heard that voice. Now the other characters don't necessarily know this, so that's a little bit new. That's news to you guys. But he's kind of mostly kept to himself. I think he told Fern a little bit. But,
and then Fern told Emillynn.
That's true. She did. Yeah. So, but ultimately he did say yes because he got the sense. He wasn't sure who this figure was talking about. She kept saying, "Will you be her champion?" And he wasn't sure who he meant, but he eventually felt like maybe she meant Fern. And since he already had basically taken responsibility for her, he decided to say yes. And as it turns out, a really strange and bizarre occurrence happened because of this, and that's that he is now a multi-class character, which is a strange mix, which is normally impossible. But eventually we will all see, as the story unfolds later on, how and why this has come to be. And that is, he's still an oath-broken paladin of the Wild Mother Melora. Now he was also a cleric, right?
Yes.
A battle cleric of Weejos. Because it turns out that woman that was coming to him in the dream, and she also came to him each time he died in battle and gave him a wink or something, or teased him.
She's like, "It's not your time."
Yeah. But it turns out she was Weejos, the goddess of death. So now he is a paladin of the goddess of basically nature and life, and a cleric of the goddess of death. And he's kind of still confused.
I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, but
and you've had how many come to Weejos moments?
2
I've
now.
had 2 come to Weejos moments.
Right.
Lorkris is not happy.
Yeah, during the Etten fight.
Screws loose. Holy
Yep.
shit.
During the Etten fight.
Yeah, he got.
Mama Etten waylaid him, just walloped him.
He got smashed. Fuck. Yeah, he's like, and everyone's like, "How'd it go? Have you ever died before? No, you wouldn't get it." It's just bad.
Yep, that's funny.
Yeah.
All right, so they have since returned. They've gone through their personal struggles, and they're now back, and they have completely finished negotiations and upgraded their status. They now have by the way, there are different what we call poppers, or they're like
guild rankings.
Yeah, so they're well, the actual item is like a little amulet. It's a little necklace, right? It's like dog tags in a way. That registered adventurers have to wear, and you can't actually get past the gates of Misty City into the adventuring area without these poppers. They originally started, of course, the ranks of them are, you have copper, silver, gold, and platinum, and there's rumored to be a mysterious other higher end popper that they're unaware of. But regardless, they started, of course, as copper, and once Mr. Jocko renegotiated their deal. He gave them silver poppers. He upgraded them, and so now they basically negotiated. Before, they were keeping the loot that they found, and then they can keep gear that they found as long as they can use it. And before, it seemed like the deal was a little bit better before, in a way, because their original deal was that they could keep the loot that they found, keep the gold that they found, and give the guild, I believe it was 20% or 10%.
I think it was like 10%.
It was a percentage. But now what they've done is, when they renegotiated with Mr. Jocko, instead they give all of the gold. They still get to keep any kind of gear they can use that they find, magical or otherwise. But any gold that is found, any kind of treasure, anything that's turned into gold, or any kind of treasure that can be converted to gold, they give it all to the guild, and now they get a percentage of the total guild profits, which was how much again? Was 10%. It 20? Oh, it's still 10%? I thought, okay. All right, that's cool. So now they get they get a 10%, and so, you know, in the long run, that could end up being much more lucrative for them. But they see it as an investment in the guild to help the guild grow and get better, and because, again, they've kind of come to respect and like Mr. Jocko, and he definitely respects and likes them. And so the other cool thing about them upgrading their status is that now, when he doesn't have specific official missions for them, or missions that he wants done for the guild, they can go to the Merchants Guild Association Quest Guild Hall and take on quests that are up on the quest board, and that is where we're starting tonight. They have finished that other mission. They've healed up. They've chatted. They've got to know each other. They've done a lot of great role playing, and for the first time ever, they've been given enough autonomy and respect that it's their time to start choosing for themselves. Now, that doesn't mean that Mr. Jocko won't occasionally ask them to do specific missions, but right now he doesn't have any specific missions for them, and he wants them to go take on what they want. And so, have I forgotten anything else before we get started with the actual final gaming session tonight?
Not that I can really think of.
No, I think that's pretty good.
All right.
Pretty good recap.
Awesome. So, real quick before we get started, Miss Emillynn Ray, please. You've already described your character. Now describe your gear to the players. I mean, to our audience.
Okay, so my character has a rapier as a up close and personal weapon, and she also has a Masterworks light crossbow for her ranged weapon.
That's right. So she upgraded from the short bow to the Masterworks light crossbow.
She is wearing studded leather armor, regular adventurer clothing underneath her armor, which is pretty much all different shades of blue, and then she just recently acquired a navy blue cloak of protection.
Yeah. That's only the second piece of magical gear they've gotten. Mm-hmm. The first one, the guild helped invest in a bag of holding for them. Yes. And but this particular piece, they found in the on one of the dead adventurers in the Ettin's lair. Apparently, it was not good enough to protect that adventurer, but hopefully it will protect you. Although technically speaking, the one you found on that adventurer, you traded in for this one because you like the aesthetic of it better.
Yes, because it's blue.
Yep. And so that's what your character looks like gear-wise. Mm-hmm. All right, Fern, what gear are you using?
So she can't wear armor with this, but it's because she has these fancy bracers that add to her AC. So now she is...
I forgot, those are magical. Those are the first magical items you got, actually. You guys...
Yeah, so she got bracers that bump up her AC, and then she got a shield, but she can't wear armor with the bracers. So she's basically in like these like not raggedy, but like definitely worn, like pants, jacket, kind of, and like with her little wooden shield and her bracers, and mostly like greens and browns and
Gotcha.
basically, yeah.
All right, that sounds cool. Lorkris.
Lorkris has got a sword and shield. He's wearing a breastplate, though most of his armor, anything that's metal, with the exception of the shield, is overlaid in leather to kind of not stand out as much, coming from being in the forest. The metal is reflective.
Are you wearing a breastplate or are you wearing half plate?
Breastplate.
Oh, okay. For some reason, I thought you were wearing half plate. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
I thought about going half plate to try to. Yeah, we were discussing that in regards to actually last session about trying to change up Lorkris's armor
Okay.
and stuff, but we're not there yet.
Okay, no worries.
Yeah, so he's got the short sword Gladius, which functions like a long sword, but has the effective size and maneuverability that a short sword would have. Other than that, that's pretty much it. He looks like a very typical Goliath with weird scarification runes across his blackout tattoos.
Cool. All right. The NPC player Rylar the Suffrigant, he's wearing half plate that has been modified such that because they also met another vendor slash smith. What was his name? Huh?
It was
Alex, yeah. Alex is this German-sounding master craftsman of armor on the island, and he was able to convert Rylar's half plate in such a way that it no longer has the stealth penalty.
Yes.
So it's the disadvantage, whatever. That's all that's been done to it. It's modified, but and he uses a shield and now he has a round mace. Before he had a club. Now he has a mace. He still calls his stick, and but he primarily uses his.
It's a pointy stick.
His warlock abilities, which we will get into. All right, that is everybody. So.
All right. So are we going to be making our way through town, walking fast, and we're quest bound?
What was that, guys?
No, you beat me to it. I was gonna make the same song and dance.
Okay.
But no.
So, yeah, you guys are excited this morning. This is your first free open morning of your own, and making your way enthusiastically through the crowd to the MGA Association's Guild Quest Hall.
This is our first time going here, you guys. I'm really, really excited. Aren't you excited too, Lorkris?
Mm-hmm.
Rylar's like, I can't wait. I've never got to go in this place before. It sounds really cool. You can actually see quests on the board and everything?
As far as I know, yes.
Well, what's it gonna be like, Miss Ray?
Well, let's go in and find out, shall we?
Okay.
Walk through the door.
Okay.
I turn around and look, like, everybody stay close. We don't want to get lost.
Fern is gripping on to both Lorkris's coat and Emillynn Ray's coat and like shoving and like trying to keep Rylar as close as possible, but she's like tethered between.
He's all like
Lorkris
shuffling in front of her, bumping him every once in a while, almost like he's a little puppy dog. It's pretty funny. And you guys make your way into this room, and it's pretty neat because you see a lot of the kind of, I mean, you've only, in the short time you guys have been here in Misty City, you've only seen a few of these, some of these adventurers. You happen to notice a couple of those adventurers that kind of were scouting you that one night at the inn.
Oh yeah.
And they're looking
Forgot
at
about that
boards.
event.
Yeah. And it's a minor thing on the side thing, guys, not that big of a deal. But basically, you see a bunch of really impressive looking, you know, adventurers, warriors, mages, priests, all kinds, you know, just amazing group of people milling about, looking at the board. There's a clerk. Basically, there's a counter over on one part. The room is this rich wooden decor. Looks like it's been done up nice, and you're thinking like, wow, this is kind of one of the nicest rooms we've. I mean, it is the MGA, so it makes sense, but it's one of the nicest rooms you've seen in all of Misty City. And again, it's a very large room, enough that you could fit lots of adventurers in, and they're all milling about. And there's some couches and some tables where people can have little meetings. And looks like over on one entire wall is just devoted to different guild quests that are built up. And but there's not enough of them that it takes up the whole wall, so it's just one section. Sorry, I said a whole wall, but it's really just kind of one section. And people are kind of queuing up to check it out. You can see there over behind the clerk, there's a few other additional ones that are kind of posted, and you're like trying to figure out what's going on here. And you realize that the way they're set up is on the wall over on the left is all the copper, silver, and gold quests, and then above the clerk on the wall behind them are the platinum quests. And you kind of had already Mr. Jocko had said he had given you guys a rundown. He basically said, make sure when you go there, don't worry. Check out the wall on the left, and you're registered, so you're going to be good to go. Make sure that you don't try anything too bad. Remember what I told you. You can choose one rank above you for a quest, but some of those are going to be extra challenging, potentially deadly, and I don't want to lose you. So if you do choose one of those, I do ask that you at least come back and let me chat with you about it. Of course, any of the others, fair game whatsoever. And it's really up to you. I want. He also had explained to you that when you're ready, what you do is some of the he had explained. Now, I want you to understand that some of these quests are basically a one-shot only. You take it, you sign up for it. You're the one who's been given the quest, right? But then there are a few of them that are multi-guild quests that basically a few different guilds, up to 3 at a time, can be signed up for it. And so you might end up bumping into some other adventurers from time to time, or there's also the option from time to time. You can also grab a quest that is going to be kind of on the way of something that you're wanting to do, so you can have more than one quest at a time. So keep that in mind. But I do believe that there's a limit of up to 3 quests assigned to a group at one time. And when you're ready, as long as nobody, don't get into an argument or fight any other adventurers for them. But when you're ready, make sure that you head over with the pull the quest off the board and take it to the cleric.
Okay.
And ask them any questions if I've missed anything, of course. Okay.
Gotcha.
All right. So that was a little bit of Mr. Jocko. He's not there right now. This was their conversation earlier before they came.
Flashback.
Yes, flashback scene. All right. So now you're here in the guild hall, and what do you guys want to look at first?
Let's start with let's see, we're silver, so let's take a look at the silver quest first.
Yeah, that sounds like the best idea, you know.
Do you want to just kind of look at all of them and just kind of peruse them? They are organized really neatly on the wall. Like I could just for interest's sake, you want to hear about the copper quests first and then the silver quests, and then you just kind of hear about all of them. You want to take your time and read them.
I'm going to start
all?
with the silver quest first.
Okay. So you want to start with the silver quest
I want to
first.
start with the silver quest.
She wants to look at the silver quest. What do you guys want to look at?
I got, you know, we are silver now, so we might as well do some silver quests, you know.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So nobody wants to look, even read.
Well, I mean, I would say let's look and see what the silver quests have to offer, and then
Then look at them. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So we'll start there. All right. So on the silver quest board, you find 7 quests available. So I'm going to tell you guys about them. They're just basically titled quests. There's not a lot of details on them. They're small little quest notes.
Yeah, I'm sure we get more information from the cleric.
Right. So the first one is called Clean Out an Infestation of Giant Spiders near Grinovar Township.
Spiders, huh?
Yeah, this was reported by loggers, apparently. So if you remember, Grinovar Township is one of
the east of the city.
Yeah. It's one of the civilized areas, one of the green areas, but stuff still occurs. It's a big area. There's lots of stuff that's still not completely explored all the time, obviously. And the second quest is investigate the living forest near Farseeker Lake, just beyond Grinovar Township. This was reported by a roving hunter. And so looking at the map, that would be basically, you guys want me to go to map view real quick here? Yeah. Little map scene.
Yeah, please.
All right. So investigate the living forest near Farseeker Lake, just beyond Grinovar Township. So Grinovar Township is over to the right of Misty City, right? And then if you look, you see that Grinovar Township, just north of there, has its own lake, right? But then a little bit farther, there's another lake to the right, to the east.
Mm-hmm.
That
Gotcha.
is called Farseeker Lake. It's not. Some of these items, because they're not super important, they have not been named on the map on purpose, because you don't want the map being too cluttered with stuff. So, but that's the name of that lake, is Farseeker Lake. The third silver quest is hunt the giant lobster in the underground lake of the Prenix Village Mine.
The lobster?
Yeah, hunt the giant lobster in the underground lake of the Prenix Village Mine. This is reported by some of the miners who've had to run from it. So far, none of these have resulted in any casualties or even injuries. Well, no, that's not true. The giant spiders one has resulted in some injuries, but no casualties. The living forest one was spotted by a hunter, and the Prenix Village one, for a while, was just rumor, but then it turns out that more than one miner has spotted this, what they called a giant lobster, in the underground lake of the mine.
Giant lobster, huh?
Number 4 is investigate the unknown nighttime people wandering through the forest with lanterns that's super long title, I know, but at River Basin Point, which is directly north of Prenix Village. So basically, the easiest way to help you spot it, you find Prenix Village and you see the little lake at Prenix Village. And then if you follow that river north, you'll see there's a point in between the two hills. That's what's called River Basin Point, in between those two sets of hills.
Okay.
And so the 5th one is scout potential hill giant sighting in the hills north of Nova Crux Village.
I feel like we just did that.
Yeah, obviously, that's the hills just north of Novacrux Village.
No,
Not it's over to the left of where you guys had went.
I know, but giants and you.
But this is a scouting mission only.
Well, you remember what happened on our last 2 scouting
No,
missions?
all scouting stealth missions turn into death combat.
Yeah. All right. Number 6 is investigate the strange beast sighting near Dulamar Lake. So obviously, that one you need to talk to the cleric for more details.
Okay.
Gotcha. I take it that's the lake directly north of Dunamar Colony.
Correct. That is right.
Yeah.
Like And then number 7, the final silver mission. Final silver quest is explore the eastern hills beyond Rheingold Colony. So you see where Rheingold Colony is. Far to the east of those is a set of hills that are unnamed, past the green grasslands there.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the hills that you've been in near Rheingold Colony. It's beyond that.
One's beyond it. Yeah,
It's
yeah.
almost to the edge of the island, basically.
Okay. Cool.
So those are the silver quests. You guys want to, just for interest's sake, hear about the copper quests?
Yes. Well, my
Yeah.
character would go look at the copper quest to try and see if maybe we could piece 2 quests together.
There you go. Look at that. All right. Being smart. So copper quest number 1 is escort a resupply caravan to the Dulamar Colony. That's the mission. That's the first one.
Okay.
Okay.
The second one is eliminate the giant snake at the lake near Prenix Village. Number 3 is scout and survey the forest west of Novacrux Village. So you see where Novacrux is, there's a forest just west of there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That area hasn't been scouted or surveyed in a while.
Okay.
Number 4, hunt the rabid brown bear in the forest east of the gate.
Okay. Is that east of the gate that's just outside the Misty City?
Yeah, Misty City Gate. Yeah, it's basically you go out the Misty City gates,
Poor
hang a
bear.
right, and deep into the forest and look for the rabid bear. Yeah. Number 5, spend the day assisting one of the top ranked guilds with errands and labor.
What?
Ew, no, thank you. No.
Number 6, the final quest on the copper quest board is find and return the beach rowboat near the South Tip Lighthouse. And
the boat?
yeah, that's basically, if you see the little lighthouse that's right near the title of the map,
Mm-hmm.
that's where it's at. You basically just got to go down there, get the beach rowboat, and row it back to Misty City.
Okay.
And so those are the copper quests.
Well, okay. So
Do you want to look at the gold quests before you start making
yeah.
a plan? Okay, all right. Here we go. Gold quests. Getting really, really serious here. Number 1, the first gold quest is search for the lost party of adventurers near Dead Man's Falls, north of Rheingold Colony at the end of the river in Ironcrest Hills. So that kind of returns to an area you guys, you were basically east of that falls that's at the edge of that river. You see the little little spot where it's literally at the front of the word Ironcrest Hills. And
Okay.
and so it's basically a search for a lost adventuring party near Dead Man's Falls, which is north of the Rheingold Colony. So the second quest is clean out the manticore nest near West Raven Rock Lighthouse. That is literally the southern lighthouse on the far west. You see on the beach. There's a right over by. There's
Just south of Dulamar Colony.
right. Yeah, that lighthouse south of Dulamar Colony. You would actually you can't go through the mountains that way. It's intraversable, but you can go along the beach around, and apparently, you'll find out more details about, of course, asking about it. But yeah, that's what the mission says, is take out a manticore nest near that lighthouse. Number 3 is investigate reports of bog witches at Goldothian Swamp. Bless you.
Thank you.
And that's obviously in that swamp that's just to the left of Goldothian mines near the coastline. You can see it's kind of a gray area.
The Dulamar colony.
Yeah.
North of the lake, the Dulamar Lake. Yeah. And then number 4 gold quest is perform the 3-day guard duty at Nightkeeper's Watchtower during the full moon. And there's a special note on here called Rite of Passage quest.
Perform 3-day
Guard duty
guard duty
at Nightkeeper's Watchtower during the full moon.
Interesting.
And where would that be located on the map, if you don't mind me?
So you see where the Deep Woods is?
It's that tower
See
just
that
south
gray,
of it.
yeah, that gray tower south of there. That's
That's what I thought. I just didn't want to assume.
Yep. Nope. I'm glad you asked.
Mm.
And then the final gold quest is
There's more.
determine how the goblinoid humanoids are making their way to the central villages, and how and why some of the bodies vanish before cleanup crews arrive.
I want to do that one.
So the thing about that one, the way it's marked, you can tell that it's one of those that it's a unique one he told you about, that it's not one that you necessarily, you can sign up for it, and then but it stays up there until it's solved, right? It's not like, it's like
It's an ongoing
yeah,
investigation.
you do need to find out more details, but once you find out more details, anyway, it's noted that it's anybody can take it on, and so first come first serve kind of thing. It's not one that pulls off the board.
Mm.
And then lastly, just for curiosity's sake, you want to look on the cleric's wall behind her head to see there are only 3 platinum quests. You do want to see what they are?
Yeah.
All right.
Sure.
These are much more vague.
We can't even take those ones.
Yeah, you can't take them, but you can at least find out what they are. The first one is find a way through the giant bramble wall of the Deepwood. Because if you remember correctly, Mr. Jocko shared with you that no one has been able to basically breach further than the Goldothian Mountains, the Ironcrest Hills, or the Deepwood. For some reason, even their most powerful mages and most learned scholars, every time they damage the giant bramble wall that basically covers the entirety of that area between, it's like a 65 more. It's like almost 100-mile stretch from mountain to mountain, right? And it's a giant, basically imagine an entanglement spell, but like 10 times as big and 10 times as thick. And every time they damage it, it regenerates itself. And it's so hard that it's hard to damage. And so they can't breach through it. And, oh, by the way, in this world, it also kind of is a canopy that covers the Deepwood itself as well. And so they can't really get into it. And also in this world, magic flying technology is much more diminished. Any kind of flying technology has a much shorter duration. So keep that in mind. It's they've used flying technology to be able to map out and see what that stuff is, but no one has really truly explored those deeper areas.
Got it.
And so that's just a little bit of back lore there. And then that also ties into a couple of these other platinum quests. So the first platinum quest is find a way through the giant bramble wall of the Deepwood. Number 2 is, and of course, the aside to that is, and explore into the Deepwood. The second platinum quest is assist with driving back the monster horde that was accidentally unleashed in the Goldothian mines. Remember I told you guys about that event while you were adventuring, that somehow or another some deeper area of the Goldothian mines broke open and a horde of much more powerful monsters were there. And right now, that is where almost all of the platinum classed adventurers are spending their time, just to keep it at bay, keep it from spilling out into the surrounding areas. And so that's why a lot of these other quests are more open for people. And then the final third platinum quest is discover a way through the Ironcrest Hills to the Orland Steppes in northern region. So basically, it's been tough for anybody to get past either the Goldothian mountains or the Ironcrest Hills to explore further north.
Gotcha.
And because it's either just require, like the mountains, the Goldothian mountains, part of the reason why they've been investigating the Goldothian mines, one, they found these mines that are already intact. So obviously some ancient civilization had created them. Secondly, of course, because of the limited flying, they were able to scout and see that there is some sort of ruined ancient civilization to the northwest called, what does that say? I can't read it from here. The
Frostcairn ruins.
Yeah, the Frostcairn ruins, and then also the Gloomcrag Spire. They saw that too. Looks like some sort of ancient ruin of some kind, and they're different though. They're very different ruins, and they were not able to get anybody to them. So they thought maybe that they hoped that somewhere in the Goldothian mines it might connect through the Goldothian mountains. And they may be right, because again, they opened up a section that they can't seem to break through because they're having trouble holding the horde back. And yeah, ultimately, if somebody can find a way through into the northern region, that'll be a big deal. That's why it's a platinum quest. And yeah, so those are the 3 platinum quests.
Cool.
And then of course you have the silver quests and the gold quests and the copper quests. And some of the copper quests, you know, again, you can double up some quests. So maybe there might be something you guys could do, because I think I heard you guys' wheels turning as I think Druid was over there saying, oh, we could do this while we do this, right? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, like, looking at the quest to begin with, there's the first copper quest. We can match with the 6th silver quest, since they're both near Dulamar. So we escort the caravan and then we go check out the strange beast sighting. And then after we check out the strange beast sighting, we could probably pick up a 3rd one for one of the Prenix village ones on the way back. Right?
Yeah, I kind of want to. I'm hearing an echo.
You are?
Of myself. Yeah. I feel like I'm coming. I can hear myself through your speakers in your mic.
Yeah, let me turn this. It's funny you weren't earlier, but you are now. Okay, I'm gonna turn it down a bit. Did that? Let me see if I can get the.
Just a skission. Anyway, I don't know why, but I kind of want the 3-day guard duty for no reason. That gold one.
You know.
I feel like it's gonna get real hairy.
Well, we gotta find out when the next new moon is. Well,
you also need to find out more details.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Did me turning down the volume help?
So far?
Mm-hmm.
So far.
Okay.
Okay. Oh wait, where was the giant lobster at? That was in
Prenix Village.
Prenix Village?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, guys. So we escort the caravan.
Check out the strange beast and then take out the lobster on the way back? Is that what you're thinking?
Yes.
Why not take out the lobster on the way too? Oh no, because it's underground. It's not really.
Yeah, it's
never
underground,
mind.
and if we're escorting a
Yeah.
caravan, we can't do that.
We go there, we drop
the-
off the caravan, and on our way back, we just do all the things.
Oh, the caravan's going to.
Dulamar, yeah.
I don't know why I thought it was going to Prenix, and I'm like, why would we do that and then head further away and then come back? Yeah, because Lorkris is, directionally challenged. He's like, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, if you're interested in the guard duty, Lorkris, you can go ask the clerk for a little bit more information because we have to do it on the new moon.
Full moon.
Full moon.
Full moon?
Full
Oh,
moon.
yeah, full moon.
No. I think I'll do that. I'll just inquire about that guard duty one. What's the?
Okay,
I'll walk
so
up
you
to
go over to the clerk. The clerk's like, "Oh, yes, yes, fellow adventurer. Well, how can I help you today?"
Just curious.
I see your popper, your silver adventure.
Yeah.
Yes. What's your name? Let me make sure you're in my book.
Lorkris.
Ah, yes. You're with Mr. Jocko's relic hunters, yes?
Yes.
Very good.
Yes,
Okay, what can I help you with?
I just was curious. The guard duty at the. Oh, hang on. Sorry. The tower. What's it called?
Oh, yes, I understand what you're
the
talking about.
Nightkeeper.
The gold quest, the Nightkeeper's Watchtower.
Yeah.
What's
What's that all?
What?
The rite of passage.
Yes, it's a rite of passage quest for veteran gold ranked guild members to advance to platinum.
And you say this is a rite of passage. Is this what does that mean? Why
Well,
is this a rite of passage?
it's very near some of the most difficult and trafficked areas of the entire frontier. It's a guard duty post. We randomly have guards who spend time there, and so it can be exceptionally dangerous because it's so near the Bramble Wall. It's so near Goldorthian Mines and Ironcrest Hills. All manner of beasts frequently come down from the mountains or emerge from the forests, and so it has been a deadly area. It's an area that is assaulted, frequently. It's the tower is practically a ruin now. Luckily, it was built very well, but it's constantly having to be repaired, and additionally. Because of all the death and destruction that has happened there, there's rumor that it is haunted, and apparently many adventurers on the full moon there at the tower have fled in fear, or been killed, slain themselves, and so it's not something that has been wholly conquered. And not everybody undertakes it. It's not necessary. It's just sort of a unofficial rite of passage, as it were. It's not a requirement or anything.
Got it. That was going to be my next question. Is this how every veteran gold team become platinum?
No,
got
no,
it.
yeah,
No. It's just it's one of those. Got it. Okay. So you say it's haunted.
Supposedly, yes. That's
Supposedly.
the rumor. But not everybody who's had this 3-day guard duty to the full moon has experienced anything. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. But it's a very dangerous area.
And if they don't experience anything, do they not get promoted?
No, it doesn't. That doesn't matter. You just have to fulfill the 3 days of guard duty.
Got it. Now, one more question: if say someone like me, silver, complete that, do I skip gold?
No, unfortunately,
No.
it's one of the few unusual gold quests that is not available to a silver pauper. You actually have to have already earned your gold pauper to be able to take that one on.
Okay,
It's one of the few that are like that.
Fair enough. Never mind then. And then he'll somber back over and be like, "It was a bust."
Okay,
No,
well,
so Lorkris will explain the situation of like what that particular quest is about. It's a rite of passage for veteran gold adventurers. We have to be gold before we could do it anyway. It's
okay.
supposedly haunted. Kind of cool.
That's cool. I don't know.
Yeah. Or super dangerous. They don't know.
Well, I would
50-50.
rather do the whole, and I would rather try to go to the bramble wall, but you know.
Yeah, no, I'm yeah. Because I was thinking we'd do the 3-day stint there, go check out the bramble wall, come back and drink a beer.
Okay.
Yeah, not really. Okay. Miss Ray, have you found what we think would be fun to do? Or fun. Yeah, fun. This is exhilarating, but
So Rylar's all like, I'll do whatever the captain says, but I have some that look really exciting to me. I just thought I'd throw out there to make it more complicated for you all to decide.
Sure, Rylar. Go ahead and share what do you want to do on the quest board?
He says, well, I definitely think it would be neat to head out to some of the places we've been before, at least out near that way. Like we could maybe kind of do a round robin out to the east. You know, like if we wanted to head up to, I don't know which ones, but I was kind of interested to check out that area over there, explore the eastern hills beyond Rheingold Colony. But isn't there like some interesting quests on the way to that too, right? And stuff. And then there's even if we wanted to go all the way back around, and on the way back we could check out back to Ironcrest Hills, that waterfalls. I always like waterfalls. It's fun to see waterfalls. They're so beautiful. Do you guys get a gist of what he's saying? Is that clear at all, or is that?
yeah.
I just think it would be really good to be able to go back to places that we have been before, especially since I really want to do the thing where we.
So
Try to
just
find the
so you know,
bodies
what
that
he's
were-
suggesting is like maybe you do the quest that's over to the Grinovar colony, right? That's maybe either the one in Grinovar colony or the lake one, and then head up to the hills, the eastern hills, and then head over to the falls. Again, this is not the DM leading you, by the way. This is literally just the character telling you guys these would be neat. And so also sort of the DM planting in your head that this is a possibility either now or in the future or whatnot. Just there you go.
I think, you know what? I think Rylar's got a good plan. I'm kind of, think about you exploring a space that we haven't done before, but then a long stretch to an area that we're vaguely familiar with. We kind of know what we're getting ourselves into, crossing Rheingold Colony, going up to at least the foothills of the Ironcrest Hills. We know we've dealt with Ettins over there, so that's something we're familiar with already, and then kind of expanding upon that.
Then Rylar says, you know what, though? You should probably find out details of the quests, too, because I could be completely wrong. He scratches his head.
In all honesty, I'm with Fern. That giant lobster sounds interesting.
I really want to figure out what the giant lobster is, though.
But it doesn't hurt to ask for more details on some of these quests that Rylar was suggesting, so.
Well, and also the ones you guys were talking about. He's like, I kind of want to see the giant lobster too. He might be tasty.
Hey, can't you not eat lobster, Fern?
I've never had lobster, so I don't know.
No.
Let's see. So.
Sorry, not sorry.
I want to go over to the clerk and
And I'm also really curious about the night people. So we can go kill the lobster and then investigate the night people.
So to clarify your intent, your original idea is you want to do the copper escort the caravan to Dulamar.
yeah.
Yep.
and then you want to
investigate the strange beast sightings near Dulamar Lake.
and then also you want to investigate the
lobster on the way back.
lobster on the way back. But then she also pointed out that she wanted to check out the strange lantern sighting at River Basin Point. Well, would that be 4 missions?
That would be 4, yes.
Hmm.
Well,
We go
you
to
could
that
ask
one
you,
later.
you could ask if people you know.
Yeah, that's going to be one of my questions to the clerk. Is it a hard 3 quest, or is it possible to take on a 4th?
Okay.
So.
All right. So what do you want to ask the clerk about? You pony up to talk to the clerk. There's some people in line now, so you have to wait. But
Yeah, I'll stand in line and I'll wait.
okay. You eventually make your way back to her. She's like, are you all friends with Lorkris over there? I see.
Yes.
You must be the other members of the Mr. Jocko's relic hunters. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Well, what can I do for you, my lady?
So I've got questions for you, and maybe you'll have information for me about some of these quests.
I can give you any details you would like, yes.
All right, let's start with the first copper quest, the caravan to Dulamar Colony. What kind of caravan is it?
It's a resupply caravan on the way there. Yes, on the way back, it will be carrying various trade goods.
So it's escort there and back.
No, it's only escort there. An escort to return has already been arranged for it. It's a separate quest and has already been taken.
Okay. All right.
They're in the colony. They have a quest board for certain types of tasks that are necessary.
Okay. How big is this caravan?
It's not a large caravan. It's 3 wagons full of supplies for the township, for the colony.
Okay. All right. The 3 wagons, that has what? 2 people each wagon?
Yes. So there's of course the caravan master. Each wagon is going to have a wagon driver, a horse driver, and a guard as a protector, and then of course sometimes one of the guild's associates goes along for the ride as well, and then of course whatever adventuring group goes with them.
Okay.
So yes, basically 7 or 8 plus you all.
Any other information you can share with me about this quest?
It's pretty straightforward. That's why it's a copper quest.
Okay.
For the most part, they don't expect too much resistance that far south. Sometimes various wildlife. You know, it is actually a It's a good 5-day. Let's see. It's a 5-day journey to Dulamar Colony and back. So 10 days total. Assuming that you don't stay there on the final day.
Okay. All right. Next question I have for you, Silver Quest number 6, Strange Beast near the lake.
Silver Quest number Beast. So this one is a strange one. We've had a report from. Normally we would not have concerned this enough to make it a quest, but the person who saw it was a fairly reputable merchant leader who happened to be celebrating near there some successes at Dulamar Colony. They had a good harvest this last year, and he happened to go on a walk near the lake, and on the far side of the lake, he claims he saw a 3-headed beast tearing apart a bear. He it was far enough away, and he apparently had been drinking some. So again, normally we wouldn't even put up a quest on the quest board, but he sponsored it himself officially with his own funds, and believes in what he saw enough that we had to, had to put it up.
Okay.
It might be nothing, just a drunk hallucination, or it could be something exceptionally dangerous, because there aren't too many three-headed beasts, assuming that it is some sort of legendary mythical creature.
Okay. Let's see. Any other information you can share?
That's all we know about it.
Right. Next quest. The giant lobster in Prenix Village.
Yes. Hunt the giant lobster in the underground lake of... So, Prenix Village Mine is fortunate enough to have two lakes. One is obviously on the map. The other is an underground lake in the mines themselves, which makes it very, very helpful for the Prenix Village miners to be successful at what they do. One section of the mine leads down to a small underground lake. Well, it's been, several years since that area was cleaned out of any kind of monstrous incursions. So it's been a safe area. Prenix Village is a successful mining mining town. Mining village. But there have been, ever since it's been open, there's been rumors of sightings of a strange monster in the waters. Of course, it's underground, so it's harder to spot, but there's apparently some glowing algae in those that sometimes lights up a strange, dark, curved beast. And for the most part, we just chalk it up to the usual kind of superstition of villagers, miners, that kind of thing. But more recently, there have been enough sightings that, and one particular person who gave us a good enough description of claiming that it came up out of the water on the shoreline and near her, and supposedly killed some bats that were there in the cave. And when she screamed, it came towards her. And since then, the miners, just to be on the safe side, have not ventured toward it, except when they desperately need some water. And so we felt it important enough to put it as a quest.
Okay.
Unfortunately, we don't know exactly what this giant lobster is. You may have to do some of your own research to potentially determine that.
Anything else you can share with me about this quest? Okay. So, in the same area, the unknown nighttime people wandering this river basin. What do you have on that?
That is another really unusual one. So, apparently, the hunters that make Dulamar Colony their home have when they're hunting on the outskirts, out in that forest near the river basin point, some of them, again, one of those things where one reported sighting, not that big a deal, but more than one have reported seeing what looked like, what they claim in the distance was people wandering through the forest with bright lanterns. They worry that it's some sort of dark nature cult or something. We don't. That's what they claim, but they don't know. They didn't investigate further. Those types of rangers typically just scout and report. This wasn't. It wasn't. Again, this one was witnessed by an adventurer, but this particular lone adventurer was on their own, so they just decided to report it, and it was made into a quest.
Okay. those are the quests I was interested in. I have one more question for you.
Mm-hmm.
So, how many quests can you group take out at once?
Why, you're very conscientious, eh?
Yes.
Well, so typically the rule of thumb is 3 at a time. Why do you ask?
Is it a hard 3, or is there a possibility for a 4th?
What are you thinking? Why do you ask?
Well, these 4 quests that I asked you about were all pretty much in the same general area.
Mm-hmm.
One of them's a copper that's fairly easy to handle, and the other 3 are silver.
Oh, I think I see what you're saying. You're considering using the caravan resupply escort mission as your travel time to the other more important missions. Just knock it out on the way there.
Yes.
I'm surprised none of the other adventurers have spotted that little connection. I think under certain circumstances, sometimes we can bend the rules. I feel like if you're confident that you can do this in a timely manner, let me take a look and see what the timelines on some of these quests are. Sometimes there's timelines on quests, sometimes there aren't. Let me take a look at it. She kind of thumbs through her records and stuff. And she's like, oh no, it doesn't appear to be that there's any kind of issue with these. I do need to make sure that I okay it with my supervisor.
Well, before you talk to your supervisor, let me double check with my team.
Was there any other quests that you were curious about before you go?
Oh, I'm curious about all of them, but got to prioritize, right?
So, out of character, you weren't interested in talking to her about Rylar's quests to at least find out about them. Or it wasn't really his quest. He just, was interested in them.
See.
I mean, that's okay.
Yeah.
We'll just move on. So, yeah, all right. So she says, yes, all right. Please confer with your folks. While you're conferring, I'll at least go confirm with my boss, if that's even doable, all right?
All right. Thank you much.
Mm-hmm.
I walk back over to the group. All right. So, she's checking to see if it's possible for us to take on 4 quests. She got my idea of pretty easy to take on a 4th one if you're doing this one. So,
I mean, I don't see why not.
Were there
Because we could always come.
Were there any other quests that you guys were interested in learning more about? If so, you're more than welcome to talk to the clerk and get some more information. But
I mean, I think we should just do these ones and then come back and then we can get the other ones. I'm happy to do that,
Rylar says, will they all still be here?
Some might be. There might be new ones.
yeah, there might be new ones. That'll take us into those same areas as well.
The only ones that I'm really concerned about, is the one that it's that gold quest. And it's about the people, about the bodies going missing, about the places that we went and killed all the people.
Yes, that is very interesting that they didn't find shiny shoes.
Well, because I remember that that Jocko was saying that that shiny, like a whole bunch of the different like in all the areas that we went and fought all those goblins and stuff, they all, like, there was bodies missing from all of them.
True. That was very interesting.
Rylar says, you think maybe the bodies got ate by my other monsters or something?
That's a possibility.
But the fact that there's a gold quest, that's kind of the thing that I'm kind of really concerned about.
Do you want to find out more information, Fern?
Yeah.
Just because it's a gold quest, it could just be a gold quest from the lack of information. They don't know, so I'd rather send a stronger team in.
But that was our quest first.
But it wasn't just ours.
It was ours.
I mean, it was, but.
Okay, I'm gonna go ask,
find out.
okay?
Okay.
Rylar says, can I go with you, Miss Fern?
Yes, of course you can, Rylar.
Okay. So Rylar ponies up to the counter with you.
I look over at Lorkris going, should we let them go by themselves?
Probably not, but this will be funny.
All right, we'll see what information we get back from them.
Let's or if you want to at least stay within earshot so we can kind of eavesdrop on what's being said and let them just tell us what they think they hear.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys, all right.
We're gonna move a little closer,
To
looking
eavesdrop.
at the whatever board is closest to the clerk.
Okay. The platinum above her head. All right. So you guys pony up to speak to the clerk. It looks like a lot of the other adventurers have filtered out, and you can tell that they've taken a few of the quests. None of the quests that you guys, they've already kind of looked at what was there and have kind of all left. Some of them are still sitting around having meetings and chatting with each other, but it's kind of clearing out a little bit. So the two of you pony up to the clerk, and the clerk's like, yes, how may I help you?
Okay, so I really need to know more about the whole quest that has to do with the bodies going missing. Is that gold quest, okay? Because we were the ones that killed all the people at those places and stuff, and I'm just really upset that there's a quest that and we've already been there.
She says, she kind of cocks her head to the side. Is that so? Let me see. And he looked at the report. Let's see. Cleared out by Mr. Jocko's relic hunters. Oh, yes. I see in the report here. There's a note here. Let me see. She goes and gets her little book out. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes, you were the ones fortunate enough to experience. Yes, so it's quite the mystery. Those areas were not supposed to be as populated by beasts, by monsters as they were, and so it was really unusual for a copper team not only to not be slaughtered by these what you found there, but it was unusual that you found them at all. And so that's basically this quest is kind of an overarching quest by the guild. No, it almost would have been qualified as a platinum quest, just because there's so lacking of information. There's nothing to go on. But considering the creatures that made up this investigation, we had to put it somewhere on the ranking, and we felt like gold was the right place. Basically, it's a type of quest that any of the adventurers can sign up for. And if you find information that leads to us understanding it more, then you report it. It's more of a kind of a group work kind of quest. Does that make sense, young lady?
Okay, so anybody come back and said anything about it?
Right now, no. I don't believe there's been any information brought forth yet. No.
Is anybody else working on it?
Let me see. Yes, it looks like a couple of the lower ranked guilds have some teams that have signed up for it. With it's only been a short period of time, so it's only been about a week, so it hasn't been too long. We don't really expect anything for now. It's really just kind of an ongoing quest that we put up on the board in an official status, right? So that people know that if enough information is brought forward, then they're going to be rewarded by the Merchant Guild Association for it. And Rylar's like, oh, okay. So then, what does that have to do with the goblins and them running away and getting eaten by stuff? And what did she say, Miss Fern? I didn't understand any of it.
So
So I don't really know. So basically, like they're just trying to figure out if any information about the bodies going missing. But you made a really good point, Rylar. It could have been just animals that took them, But it was Shiny Shoes' body that they took. So I don't know. Now I feel like personally obligated to find his body.
So the lady says, according to my report, it definitely wasn't animals. Because the scouts and cleanup crew that went would have been able to determine. They have some pretty experienced rangers as part of that troop, and I don't believe they would have. They would have been able to determine if animals had taken the bodies. And based upon your own report, one of the bodies was hanging, so I don't see how an animal could have taken it off. It might have been partially eaten, but not completely removed. Even the noose was still intact, according to the report. So, it's definitely a mystery. It's a concern that there's some sort of force that's making its way through the land when adventurers are not there and when they're unaware. And so, really, this quest is about if you find information that is related to this, bring it to the guild hall, and if it's good enough information, then it qualifies towards the quest. That makes sense?
Yeah.
Rylar's like,
Okay.
oh, okay. Does that make sense, Miss Fern?
So it doesn't mean that we actually sign up for the quest. So we can just take other quests and then we can come back later and then we can just kind of swing by and just take a look and then come back and just be like, okay, guys, this is what we saw.
The lady says to you, the clerk says to you, yes, that's it. You can sign up for this quest and have multiple other quests that you take with you. This one doesn't come off the board. So it's all right if you want to sign up for this one and just provide information or details if you come across them.
Okay. I think that we should... I'm just going to turn to Lorkris and Emillynn because they're right there. I think we should just do the 4 quests that we were talking about, and then we can just go back up there and then take a look, and then we can come back. Just need the 4 quests. And then just go take a look. Because I just need to know. It's our quest.
Fern, you're very passionate about this quest. I can see that.
Well, I also have to go back out there to that one spot, where I saw that blue light, and I just would really like to go out there.
Rylar says, well, if you want to go out there towards the blue light, wouldn't it make more sense to try my idea?
Oh no, now we're really complicating it.
Yeah.
Yes, the DM likes to make the players make tough choices.
So I'm gonna step in and go, we've been through quite a lot these last few weeks. How about we take something a little easier and then get back into something a little more involved?
Yeah, I kind of like the idea of going west first and then coming back, and then we can do that second round to the east and then up to Rheingold Colony and
We're gonna be gone for 15 days.
Yeah.
But
20 days.
Fern, and
Yeah.
the lobster.
But the lobster. That is a good point. I don't know. You decide. You guys are the boss.
And there might be better information for us to go on investigating those bodies missing by the time we come back.
That's the other reason to go visit some of the other colonies, is to gather information, because sometimes information hasn't made it back to the guild association yet.
Yeah, we can ask
That's
Parnix
a
Village. We can ask Duma Colony.
You look
if they
at
have any
you guys
ideas.
using your brain and stuff. Okay, let's go. Let's do it.
Rylar's like, oh my god, they're so smart.
I know.
I'm so happy to be working with you guys.
I know.
I'll look at Emillynn Ray and go, yeah, we smart. High five. Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Pat Fern on the head. Yes. Yes. We're intelligent.
All right.
So are we all decided on these 4 quests? The 2 for Dulamar and the
Prenix Village.
in the Prenix village.
Since you guys have all kind of congregated up by the clerk, and she kind of comes to you all and says, "All right, so I see that you all have kind of are worked out what you're deciding. I just want to let you know that I did talk to my boss. Now he did say that it is firm that you can't take 4 quests, but he did come up with a clever workaround.
Oh, really?
Yes,
Ooh.
he said that basically the if for one of the quests you split your party into 2, then one person or one portion of one of the parties could take the 4th quest. Does that make sense?
I see. We're not actually split it. Yes. In that case, I'll investigate the lobster.
To be clear, the one that you should potentially split up would be the first one, the escort mission,
yeah.
the copper quest, since it's the likely the easiest. That makes sense. So, for example, let's say 3 of you decide that 3 of you is an acceptable team to escort the mission and escort the resupply caravan, and then the one person decides to take on a different one, perhaps, or however you want to break it up.
I really don't want to split the party.
We're not.
So you're not really
splitting the party.
It's who's accepting the quest.
Okay.
Rylar's like, what?
Okay, so this is my idea. The 3 of you, that's Lorkris, Fern, and Rylar, can take the caravan quest, but all 4 of us will still go. And then I'll accept the investigate the strange beast sighting near Dulamar Lake.
So she says to you, that one could be potentially exceedingly dangerous. She says, I don't think that's going to be doable.
Or do you prefer me to take the lobster?
What were the 3 quests you guys wanted? There was a lobster, the strange beast, and then what was the other one?
The people with lanterns.
Since that one's a little more unknown, you guys, she says, I'm sorry, I shouldn't help. You should work out how you want to split it up. She says, tell you what, I'll work it out on the paperwork. You all don't worry about it. How's that?
Okay.
That sounds like a plan.
Okay.
I figured if I took the lobster quest, at least I could have some of the villagers from Prenix and miners go down with me as well.
Well, yes, it does have to be somewhat official looking, because certain types of quests aren't going to be able to be taken on by one person. But yeah, so we can make it work.
If this makes more sense, would it be that me being the big guy, I'll escort the caravan, and you 3 take the remaining quests? Does that make sense?
That would be acceptable.
Yes, I'll do that. You just get to join me on my walk.
Okay.
All right. So, out of character at this point, do you guys want to take a quick break so we can go to the potty and maybe grab a snack?
Sure.
Yes.
Everyone okay with that? All right.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, we are going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. Hang tight, everybody. Moving to intermission maps. Okay, we're back again, guys. Thank you for your patience. Wait, what's so funny? No, look, Chris.
Ooh, I'm excited.
Now it's
All right.
Stormy's turn to do it.
Do what?
No.
All right, sorry. Okay, guys.
Okay.
We're just gonna jump straight to it. You guys, well, no, actually, you do want to go. have a chat with. She arranges for you guys to sign up for these quests. She's like, before you sign up on the do the final sign up. She says, "Now, are you sure you all aren't biting off more than you can chew?"
Yes.
All
I'm
right.
very certain.
We should be fine, okay? Thank you for your concern, though.
All right. Well,
We have the very best team leader, you know. And I point at Emillynn.
well, she does seem quite competent, as do you all. And based upon the reports that I've read, you all are what do they call those rookies in team? Out of character. What do they call those? Like rookies that rookie of the year kind of thing, or MVP. I don't know. She says you all are really catching the attention of a lot of people. So keep it up. If you pull this off, you're going to go places.
So I see you've been reading my very detailed reports.
We here at the MGA appreciate that. You have no idea how hard it is to get good reports from the other adventurers.
And the
The
pictures?
pictures that I drew this picture.
The pictures are provided by Fern.
He
I
says,
did it.
"Oh, well, the reports are excellent, and we're glad that you add so many details."
I knew that my drawings would add such a good,
So you guys sign up for the missions. Take them all with you, and she gives you your official stamp seal on each one of them, and you're sent on your way. And
Well, we got to go back and talk to Mr. Jocko.
Okay.
We make
So-
our way back and talk to Mr. Jocko.
Mr. Jocko is in the guild. He's like, "Oh, you're here. I'm so happy to see you all. We've made some great progress on the remodel of the warehouse.
Oh, nice.
It's very good. I'm quite happy about it. You guys should be able to. I'd say probably in about a week we'll be able to have you all move in there, and so you don't have to stay out in the tents in the backyard."
So that means when we come back from our adventures that we will be able to have our own rooms and stuff.
He's like, "What do you mean when you come back? What do you mean?"
I hand him the quests we picked up.
He's like, "Are you taking some extra quests to some of the other guilds? What's going on here?"
No, we're taking 4 quests.
Well, one, I wasn't expecting you to take 3. I did explain to you that you can't take more than 3, right?
Well, we somehow
I'm
made it
taking-
work. So let me explain to you these quests. First one is a escort to
He looks
tour.
like he's ready to have a heart attack.
There's 1 copper and 3 silver. We didn't take anything above silver.
Oh, okay.
I'll start with that. The first quest is escort the resupply caravan to Dulamar Colony.
He's like,
That's super easy.
Indeed.
All right.
I wouldn't have even sent you all when you were the C team on that one.
But
And this is why we do this workaround. I'm taking that quest solo.
Oh.
Yes, and they'll take the other 3.
And you're looking at the quest locations. I see what you're doing here. You're
Yeah.
just knocking out extra stones as you go. Okay, go on.
Yes.
so we caravan to Dulamar. Then, while we're in Dulamar, we're going to go investigate
Some random creatures, I guess.
random beast sighting near the lake in that same area. And then when we come back, we're going to take a look into a lobster that's in the...
Wait, out of character. I thought you wanted to go over to the. You took the basin one, right?
Yeah, no, we took the...
You took the one by Dulamar Lake.
Oh yeah, the river basin one.
And
yes.
then the river basin one, and then down to Prenix Village for the lobster.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
I was helping you with the order. Sorry, out of character.
Okay. Yeah. So then we're gonna go over to the river basin and investigate some nighttime people wandering in the forest.
I guess they have like lanterns and stuff.
And then make our way back into Prennick's village mines and check out a lobster. See, it all works together.
It's a giant lobster, and I'm really excited. I've never had lobster before.
Well, young lass, if you all come back safe and sound from this one, I will. Even if you don't eat this giant lobster, whatever it is, I will make sure to take you all to a lobster dinner. How does that sound?
So good to us, Jocko.
Well, you are so good to me, but I must admit you have me quite worried. Are you sure you're not taking up more than you can handle? It seems like you might be biting off a bit more than you can chew.
No, I think we're good considering some people on the team wanted to go to the guard duty. What?
Well, I was curious about the guard duty at the tower.
Oh, that
You have to be
one?
cool to do that though. So
You all aren't ready for that.
it seemed interesting. I wanted to know what it was about.
I really want to do the platinum quest where we go and we try to go break through the bramble wall thing in the doodle. I want to do that so bad.
I'm sure we'll find that deep woods eventually.
Let's take it one step at a time. You walk before you can run, and you're trying to fly, lass.
One day that I might be able to shapeshift into something that can fly, that'd be really cool.
My reasoning behind taking 4 is if we can take on all 4 of these, then maybe we are ready to take on a gold quest.
You're thinking ahead. I believe in you, lass. I'm quite happy about that. All right. Well, if you're confident you can do it, this is going to take a bit of time, though. It's 5 days there, and then you're going to take some time to explore. Yes, I'm thinking a couple of weeks at most, or at minimum, before you get back.
Yeah, 2-3 weeks.
Well, you're right. All the renovations on the warehouse next door should be finished. We should be able to make a lot of progress, and you'll have a right comfy home to come back to.
Yes.
Ooh, I never had a little space like that before.
That's right. We've always spent time with someone else. Mm.
Ooh, I'm going to decorate it to make it look so pretty.
Yes.
Rylar's all like, so we're gonna get to have our own rooms, is that right?
I look over at Mr. Jocko.
Mr. Jocko's like, well, that's the plan. I want to take good care of you. There's, for the A team, for sure. Each of you can have your own rooms. For the B and C teams, they're gonna have to bunk up with one another, but for sure.
All right. I believe in us.
You can have your own rooms, or you can have a group room. It's whichever you prefer. Actually, maybe it's a good idea that we've talked about this. Let me know what you want before we start the complete renovations.
No, if I actually want to have my own room, I would like to stay close to Lorkris.
So would you all like me to have one other room set up as a room just for the 4 of you?
I don't know, you guys. You want to share?
I'm used to sharing.
Same. I come from a big family.
Rylar's like, oh, I don't know about that. I'm not used to that. That's not my kind of. I don't know. I like to be alone sometimes, but I never really want to be away from you guys now that I've made friends with you and stuff. So, I'm game for whatever.
Maybe we could. How about 2 rooms?
Oh, that.
Or we can just have like a really, really, really big room, and then we can just have like little sections that are our own, and just like, so we're all close still.
Mr. Jocko
Sure.
says, I'll work something out. Don't you worry. I'll make it cozy and homey, and we'll work it out for you. I'm sure you'll be happy with it. The results.
I mean, there's always 2 rooms with a connecting door.
I just want to make sure that you guys are close, I don't want you guys to go too far.
I'll look at Jocko and go, I trust you, mate.
Okay. So he's like, well, make sure you get all the gear that you need before you go. Make sure you get the proper gear set up for you. And then stay safe out there.
We're gonna bring home lots of money, and I'm really excited.
Yes.
He's like, yeah, I mean, if you're going to take on those many quests, did you even happen to check the monetary reward for the quests?
No.
Yeah.
He's all like,
I mean,
We're in it for the experience, Mr.
Out of
Jocko.
character, I'd imagine that was something that would be kind of like upfront. You know, we don't care about money, we just need it.
no, he's literally shaking it. He's like shaking his head. He's like, well, let's take a look at what you brought me. He's going to take a peek at it. Your character, obviously, you saw it, but you guys weren't even thinking about it. Well,
Because I'm like, if our team can do this, then maybe we can take on a gold quest.
yeah. So, let's see. Let's take a look at it here. The copper quest is a 500 gold piece quest. And then you're taking on
3 silvers.
Well, I want to mark it specifically which ones here. So we're gonna put a little asterisk here, and then that way I know which ones you're taking. You're taking out the giant lobster.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the mining guild has put up a 2,000 gold reward for that one. But that is contingent upon an actual threat being found.
You okay over there?
You okay?
Yep,
Yeah.
I'm good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did you eat something you didn't like?
No, I have the giggles.
Yeah. She made the mistake. Sorry, I'm pulling us out of the immersion. For everyone's reference, Lorkris is Lorkris.
Right.
Thank you. She looked at chat just randomly, and everyone's misspelling his name, and she just lost it.
I'm sorry.
Yep.
Please don't. I won't do it again.
Thank you.
Okay. So
Moving
she
on.
had the giggles. That's all right. All right. So if it turns out that the threat isn't that bad, then it'll only be 1,000 gold piece. And whoops, I didn't get that right. Well, it doesn't matter. All right. And then let's see, the nighttime people one. That one, since it's really the area is the reason why it's a silver quest. Since there's not enough information to go on about it, they don't really know what's going on. It could be nothing, or it could be very dangerous. So it's got a range of 500 GP to 3,000 GP.
Okay.
And then what's the
Strange beast.
sorry, strange beast? Yeah. An asterisk next to this one here.
We're just a
Since
team.
this was posted by what's effectively
A merchant.
well, more than a merchant. This guy's a noble and a noble merchant, and he's put it up the money himself, and he believes what he saw was real. This one's pretty stout at 5,000 gold pieces.
Ooh.
Goes to show I didn't pick the quest based off the gold payout. But we are a team of overachievers, apparently.
I mean, they were all in the same area. Might as well do them, you know?
It's more efficient, right?
Yes.
And honestly, I don't know how well we would do if we were just kind of locked up in town.
I think I made that a little bit too steep. We'll make it $4 grand.
It was like five.
Sure.
5 grand is
Even still.
Even still.
All right. So there we go. Okay.
Cool.
You know what? No.
Yes.
It's back to $5,000.
Okay.
Because he believes the way again, the report was the creature he saw tearing apart a bear like it was nothing, and that if it comes near to the colony, it would be a major threat. And so, it's also another one where it could get downgraded to 1,000 GP if it turns out to not be a threat. Make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Well, I'm gonna, unless there's any particular role playing you guys want to do right now, but before the mission, we're gonna jump straight to it.
Let's do it.
I think before we head out, Lorkris is going to look at Jocko and kind of say, I know you've seen the reports. I know that I have gone down twice now. I'm thinking about creating some more distance between myself and the enemies. Still considering it, but if you have a good idea, or if you know someone that knows how to use a spear or a pike or a glaive, I would love to speak with them when I get back.
He says, as a matter of fact, I don't know if you knew this or not, but Silva's steel scale,
The guild trainer.
Our guild trainer.
Yeah.
His particular weapon of choice is a halberd, which is akin to a glaive.
Yes.
So I believe that the basics of learning how to manipulate the halberd properly in combat require the expertise in spear. So I'm quite confident he'll be able to assist you with it.
Absolutely. I mean, I've used one before. I know how, but I've never really truly embraced it. So I would like to speak with him when I get back.
Well, of course we can arrange that.
Appreciate it.
All right. Well then, good luck to you.
Thank you.
Make sure you
We'll
come
see you
back.
soon.
We will, don't worry. Okay.
All right. Now,
Let's do it.
the day comes, you meet up with Captain Brannick. Captain Brannick is the caravan leader. He's in charge of the guards of each wagon, and traveling with the group as an entourage, not as an entourage, but as a additional consultant is one of the guild merchant consultants, and his name, hang on, write this down here, is Sir Leobard.
Leobard.
Mm.
And Sir Leobard is a minor noble, part of the MGA, and no one super important, but obviously important to the caravan. And he's there. You've been briefed about it. Captain Brannick is like, "Oh, don't worry. Sir Leobard will stay out far away, and he'll do as we say. He's just there to keep tabs on the drivers of the caravan, make sure nothing goes missing, that sort of thing. He's going to. He's also there to travel along, and he's got meetings and such to meet with some of the town leaders that are there just doing more colony. So he won't be an issue. But so I was a little bit skeptical when I read the report that I was going to be only have one guard with us, and so I took the liberty of adding an additional guard. But why is it there are more of you?
Political loophole. Not political, but
Well, you've definitely improved my my outlook upon this mission. I thought I was being put upon, so to speak. I thought they were joking when they said that. Of course, you know, as a Goliath, I felt that this must be someone quite stout in stature. But then I saw you, and you're a large man, to say the least. Obviously larger than me, but you're still kind of small for a Goliath.
Be nice to him, okay?
it's okay.
Well,
yes.
No.
but see, now I see that there are 4 of you. I take it you're the companions to this man.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay. You need to say sorry for talking about how short he is, okay?
It's fine.
Are you
Fern.
You're shorter than me.
It's okay.
okay?
Rylar says, "If you want, I will shoot him with my purple beamer."
No,
No,
it's
no,
okay.
no.
It's okay.
We will.
Yeah.
I wouldn't
Yes,
really do
I'm
that.
very
I would
much aware
actually
that I am.
just stick my tongue out at him.
Yeah, we'll be over here. I'm gonna go over here with him, okay?
Yes. Yes, I'm rather short for Goliath. I understand. But
But
rest assured,
he's very confident and competent in battle.
yes.
He's like, well, of course, and we have the rest of you as well. Are you going the entire way with us?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, loopholes be damned. I don't care. As long as you're here and as long as the caravan arrives on time, we're good to go.
And we have an extra guard that works too.
He's like, well, now that I see that you're all here, I could
Save the
let
money,
him take
yeah.
the time off. It's up to you. If you wanted to stay with us. Or...
No. Nah.
I don't care. Whatever you want.
All right. So he lets the guy go. So you guys carry on your merry way. The caravan makes their way to the Misty City Gate, the northern mountain foothold there that you've been through a few times before now. And now the guard there that you're used to, he gives you like hi, smile, like he's getting to know you guys.
Give him a high five, or
She tries to give him a high five, and he's all like giving you a weird look.
I don't care. He's that kind. I don't care.
And
I like him better.
then you guys make your way through the gate. The caravan is keeping good pace, you know, through the 3 wagons. They're 2 horse wagons each, and of course the Sir Leobard and Captain Brannock are they have their own horses, and they're kind of stay up ahead. And what formation do you guys want to take, you know, with the caravan?
I want to be between.
Well, our normal formation is Lorkris.
By the way, you've been lent horses for the caravan mission. You can't just walk because
Okay.
so you're going to be taking horses for the caravan mission. You would have to rent or buy your own horses to get back, but these horses are basically leased out to the caravan.
That makes
Okay.
sense.
No.
Do I have to be on my own horse?
Captain Brown's like, which way? How do you want to set your formation up?
I don't know how to ride a horse.
I'm
Actually,
sure you
out of
can just.
character, you would have one of the things that Lady Solana would have made sure that you got a little bit of training in was
Was
horse
how to ride a
riding,
horse.
because it's kind of like
Okay, well, never mind. That's a lie. It's been a really long time.
That's fair.
so.
Captain Brannock says, well, if you'd be more comfortable riding with someone else, that's all right. Or you can ride in one of the wagons as well. It's
I'll ride
perfect.
with.
Yeah, I think.
I think she'd be more comfortable with you, Lorkris.
Yeah. I think what we can do is, Fern, you stick with me. We'll ride together, and then
Does Rylar know?
Can you ride a horse?
Rylar's like, horses don't like me too much.
Okay.
Rylar, you'll sit on the middle wagon,
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, that sounds cool.
and I'll ride the horse in the rear.
So
And
you
then,
say that to him, and then when you guys get ready to go, he goes and parks himself in the very back wagon. So he can see out and watch the road from behind.
Oh,
That's
okay.
Yeah, it's actually not a
perfect.
bad idea. And I was going to say,
I was gonna
Miss
correct
Rhea
him, but-
probably. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna correct Rylar, but I'm like, he can do his own thing.
Yeah. And I think what would be a good idea is periodically throughout the day, every couple of hours, you and I rotate from front to back.
Sounds
Because
like a
I'm
plan.
really observant.
Yeah. So if I'm leading, you're taking up the rear and the middle, and then we kind of just continue to rotate to keep ourselves not looking at the same thing constantly.
Sounds like a plan to me.
Cool.
All right. So, of course, Captain Brennick explains that it's a 5-day journey, 4 nights,
Mhm.
and
Yep.
so you'll have to camp along the way for 4 of the nights. The road runs out at a certain point, and then picks up again. Actually, no, actually it doesn't. Well, the road runs down to Prinix Village, so there's a section where we're going to be traveling across what's basically a rough trail, and up to Dulamar Colony, because we don't want to have to go all the way down to Prinix Village to make our way, up there. So, yeah. So, at any rate,
Is that when we look at the map? Sorry, there's that thin line that looks like it travels from the what's it called?
The gate.
From the gate that goes just north of the lake at Prinix Village, and then it goes along in between the forest and the mountains. Is that the road that you're talking about?
yeah.
Okay, and then one other thing, the darker lines are those rivers?
Yes, the
Yes.
thicker lines are rivers, not roads.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that I understood that.
Cool.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
You're welcome. Back to RP. It's such a cool transition. All right.
It is,
It is such a great
I
transition.
love it so much.
All right. So now,
Random encounters.
yeah. So that day is, you're still pretty much in very colonized, civilized area. Nothing happens. You're just traveling across grasslands and plains, and then you eventually are gonna camp. And that first night, we'll see. Actually, I'm going to do during the first day, there's not even any random encounters. It's just too civilized in that area. That first night, you're right at the edge where it starts to get a little wilder. So, and I'm only going to roll one night, one time for this night. And that night, during all your watches, everything goes clean and clear. Just the
No blue light.
buzz of insects, the sound of
Are the insects singing?
no singing insects this time. Arigato gozaimasu. I forget which one of that is, but that's all right.
It's a subscriber.
Oh wow, that's awesome. Thank you. So the buzz of insects, the sound of hooting owls, the usual night sounds. Everything goes uneventful. The next day, you're getting a little deeper in the wilds. I'm going to roll a potential random encounter during the day. But again, it is just a beautiful day. You guys see the usual kind of tame wildlife, occasional deer, occasional rabbits in the distance near the forest. Yes?
I would like to note a little bit, just like kind of flavor texting, knowing that Solana had requested us to gather flora and fauna and things. During this time, the moments that we stop and break during the day, like to eat and in the mornings and the evenings, Lorkris is just kind of
So
casually
it's fun. So it's fun.
find some of that stuff and just start collecting it.
Just for fun.
Yeah, just something else to think about that he's doing. Nothing super crazy. I know this is more of a RPing element. It's not necessarily a requirement for our story, but something that he would like to do is,
Of course.
He's very cautious about upholding that end of his bargain.
Of course. I mean, she's a good friend, and he'd want to, both of you guys would want to do that. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Good on you for remembering it. All right. So that night, you guys make camp in near a forested area. And again, just a beautiful, clear night. Only a few clouds in the sky. Can see pretty far off. Typical kind of sounds of the night. Uneventful. Yes.
This was the third night?
This is the second night.
Second night. Okay.
Now I'm rolling during the day as well. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
So on the third night, I want to do something.
On the third night, you want to do something? Okay.
On my watch.
No worries.
Yeah.
No, just let me know. Okay. So this is the third day, and again, you're getting even deeper towards. You're not far from Prenix village now. You're kind of pretty. You're just north of it. It's interesting seeing the beautiful. By the way, this is a very excuse me. Wow.
Are you okay?
Mm-hmm. Just sometimes stuff gets stuck in your throat. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
powder or something. All right.
Mm.
The area of this island, except for the edges where there's beach, it's going to be somewhat tropical near the edges. But for some reason, because of the climate and the way everything is almost like a giant bowl, the middle areas are very temperate, right? So they're like kind of like where you guys are in Washington. So yeah, very similar to Washington, Northern California, that kind of weather, weather and forestry and stuff like that. All right, so third day. Is again very, very empty and devoid of life, as you would expect. Not devoid of life, devoid of danger. This is as you would expect from a copper quest. And then now that third night, I'm going to roll for a random encounter for the whole night. But after I roll for the random encounter, let me know. Actually, I'm going to let me do that first. Okay. What are the watches again? You guys told me. I forgot to write them down.
It's Lorkris, Rylar, Fern, and then me.
Okay. Well, since this is before your watch, let's.
Okay.
Before mine or Fern's?
It's actually during Lorkris's watch.
Oh.
Oh, lovely.
Well, I'll maybe get a book if necessary. So you briefly hear movement out in the edge of the forest, but you guys are still somewhat on the road. You're next to the forest. The forest, you're kind of camped, tucked in next to the forest with the plains and grasslands to your right, to your north, and but off in the forest, you see the shine of eyes and hear movement, and you realize that there is looks like some wolves are kind of checking out the area to see if there's potentially anything worth investigating towards you guys. Of course, right now they appear to be held off by the glow of the campfire. You spot it before anyone else does. Of course, you're on watch, and keep in mind that while you're on watch, each of the the cart drivers who are also guards themselves. They're obviously just they're low-end professional soldiers, and they're not super. They can deal with minor threats and stuff and help. But
Gotcha.
So each time that each one of you is on a watch, it's two people. It's yourself and one of these guards, including the captain is one of them. So
Gotcha.
right now it's one of the guards. He hasn't spotted it yet.
He hasn't spotted it. I'll turn to the guard and go, "Hey, you see the wolves?"
He says,
Oh, righty then. What do you think,
Yeah.
Lord? Should we light a torch and throw it at them and scare them off? It usually works.
So that's what I was thinking. Be on the lookout if they want to try to flank. If there's more, and I'll grab my torch and I'll just drop it in the fire. Or not drop it, but dip the tip of the torch in the fire. Use the fucking words. I'll dip it and I'll let it ignite and look at the wolves and kind of just like have like that what was it, the Gray with the Liam Neeson, where you just have that like stare down for a second.
You're gonna try and intimidate the wolves?
all right.
Yeah.
So you kind of walk sort of to the edge of the campfire's light with your torch. Go ahead and roll me an intimidate check, sir.
11.
Okay. The DC wasn't very high. This is one of those opposed rolls, though. So let's see. They are getting a negative because even though they're hungry, they're kind of wolves are notoriously scaredy cat kind of animals, unless they have a large pack and a very smart alpha. And you successfully scare the pee out of the wolves, and they run away into the night.
Cool.
So first night is little tense, but not too scary. Everything's okay.
So on my watch,
On your watch. So before you go though, Lorkris, do you let the next watch know to be on the lookout?
Yes, I'll let them know. There was some wolves. Looks like I scared them off. There weren't too many of them, but be on the lookout. They might try to circle back. It didn't use any aggressive force.
Okay.
But they may have left. But they've left us alone for now, so keep a weather eye on the horizon.
Okay. What do you want to do on your watch, Fern?
so on my watch, I'm gonna look at Lorkris, and then I'm gonna kind of go off a little bit, kind of close to a tree, and then I'm just gonna kind of, I'm just gonna be like, "Hey, Wild Mother." So Lorkris, normally he talks to you and stuff, but the other day he kind of talked to me about this other person, god, I guess, I don't know, named Weejoss, and I don't really know who she is, and he doesn't know either. And so, I just really want you to make sure that he's okay. So, if you can just kind of let him know that, if Weejoss is good or not. And that'd be really cool. Okay, bye. And that's it.
Okay. That was great role playing. Thank you. All right. So that night you don't get any kind of special response or dream or clue or sign, as it were, that you're aware of. Not yet, anyway. So, but we carry on. All right. Day 4. You're now, let me take a quick gander at the map again. Intermission, no, not intermission, full map scene. Going Full map. About now, you've already passed into the forest along the road up towards Duamar Colony, so you're getting pretty deep into the forest now, surrounded by forest, and the road is cutting through the overgrowth and the hang and that kind of cool canopy style look, you know, that is kind of spooky and surreal at the same time. Back to RP. And you as you, of course, it's darker now. It's still light. You can still, it's daylight, but the trees obscure a lot of the sun, so it's more shadowed where you're at and darker. So during that day, everything goes okay. Usual retinue of creatures. Somebody spots a brown bear in the distance, but it's not coming anywhere near you guys.
Well, you guys, all you have to do sometimes is ask them nicely and then they'll go away.
Rylar was like, that's right. All right, so now that evening when you camp for the fourth night, okay.
Something's happening.
That's Player's Handbook, wrong book.
Whose watch did this happen on?
Oh yeah. The fourth watch.
That's mine.
2.
Well, yeah, Fern is up with me because she only needs to meditate for 4 hours.
Oh, I forgot this monster manual's messed up. There it is.
He's getting a monster manual.
Like, yeah, I'm just sitting on my watch talking with Fern and anybody else that I like to talk to.
We're talking to the other guard. Who's the guard on duty with us?
Actually, the guard on duty with you at the end of it is Captain Brunnick.
Oh, that guy.
You said that. I said, oh, that guy.
That twink.
All right, so it's just at that point of dusk where the sun is starting to come up. Of course, it's you only see a little bit of the colored haze through the forest, so it's still pretty dark. But
It's okay, Fern and I have dark vision.
that's
Yes.
true. You do.
60 foot.
Is it 60 foot?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Let me see for a second. Sorry. Since this is a random encounter, I need to pick something that would fit in this area and still be random. Like I didn't give you guys a high percentage chance, but I rolled a double odds. So what you gonna do?
The whole.
To your mom. What? To the bird. So funny.
I know, it's very cute. I think I kind of want to put her to bed now because she's just been screaming for the last hour.
Oh, you guys can hear her?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Headphones on through the door.
Wow.
She's just been sitting out there screaming for the last hour.
Oh, are they
My
gonna
mom
be
does not care.
You sure?
Yeah. I've asked her like 500 times and she's like, I promise it's fine. I had children.
I need to get a random generator. I know they make them, and I probably should have. See, I kind of had something in mind, but. Sometimes I like to see if something else sparks my fancy. But
I like
yeah,
Spartan.
okay, never mind. So this was at night on that watch, and this time you and Fern and Captain Brannock. Let me see. What are your your passive perceptions again?
13.
Yours is 13, and yours is what, Fern?
17.
17. Wow. Okay. So yeah.
I'm sweating already.
So you all definitely both of you notice more gleaming eyes in the darkness. You see 5 sets now.
5 sets of eyes.
And well, the orange yellow kind of shine of creatures' eyes at night as the light kind of reflects off of them a little bit. And one of them is noticeably higher off the ground than the others and larger.
Oh no, another wolf.
So
No.
I'll just do it this way. It's the cool thing about having technology. So what do you guys do? You definitely see that they look like they're circling around, and you kind of guess that, based upon a couple of nights, was it the previous night or 2 nights ago?
It was the previous
Previous
night.
night.
Previous night, that maybe these things have been tracking you guys,
yeah.
hunting you all.
I'm going to ask the captain if he sees the wolves that are kind of circling us right now.
He says, that's a bit concerning. That's a bit concerning. Maybe we should wake the rest of your party, yes?
Yes.
Um,
Fern, go wake up Lorkris.
Okay. Lorkris.
What?
There's lots of wolves now, and there's a really, really big wolf.
I go wake up Rylar.
okay.
Like, Rylar!
Rylar's like, go, what?
We might need your assistance with your purple beamer.
Oh, yeah, right. He gets up. He's like, oh, I gotta get my armor on. Oh, he's like trying to get, oh, wait, I already got it on. That's right. You all bought me the special kind that's super comfy. Oh my God. What are those things? He shoots a purple beamer immediately at one of the wolves. He doesn't even wake up or react or anything. And yeah.
It's just okay.
That's Rylar.
Does that mean roll for initiative?
Let me see. Hang on a sec. No, actually, he hits the big one, and those of you who can see it or who are waking up and see it, basically smacks it right on the nose with his purple beamer attack, which is basically his purple Eldritch Blast. And you guys know by now that that's what he calls his Eldritch Blast attack, the purple beamer. And
Purple beamer.
it smacks the thing right on the nose, and it lets out a yelp and scream and howl, and then it runs off. And the other wolves, they all you kind of see they're like confused, and they see the big one running, and they all run off too. Ryder's like, what? I'm ready, let's fight.
You took care of it, Rylar. Good job.
What?
Yeah, you hit it straight smack dab on the nose. It ran off. So did the other 4.
He's like, so I can go back to sleep now?
Yes.
Okay. He immediately conks right back out again.
I look at Lorkris going, I'm so sorry for waking you. I was not expecting that.
So Captain Brunix is like,
Is that usually the way you all take care of the things? It's rather efficient, isn't it? I suppose. A little haphazard, I suppose.
It depends on what we're up against.
I don't know why you're trying to judge while we do it. He just got woken up, you know.
Oh, no, not judging.
It sounded very judging.
no, I'm honestly quite impressed. I might have to train my men to do something like that in the future.
Well, they have to start saying, praying to some god named Goo.
He's all like rolling his eyes back. He's like, what?
All right. Carry on then. It looks like we're almost ready to break camp anyway. It's almost morning.
Yeah, Lorkris probably won't even go back to sleep. He'll just, like, it's so early, he might as well just...
Yeah, basically this is right at the 7-hour mark of you guys' thing. So,
Yeah.
So at that point, you guys all get together and break camp and work it all out. And ultimately, the wolves and what you suspect. Now, I'm going to actually let everybody who has nature skill roll nature. Is nature a thing in 5th ed? I keep forgetting. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
19.
Lorkris got a 19, and what did she get?
Bird got a 1.
I got a 1, so 6 total.
Okay, so Lorkris, did you even want to roll? I mean, as a bard, you can roll anything, right? I mean, technically anybody can roll anything, but you have...
Let's see. I got a total of a 10.
Okay. Lorkris is the only one having experienced stuff like this before, and he's like, that was a pack of wolves led by probably a dire wolf.
Yeah.
A dire wolf?
Yeah, it's like...
I'm looking
No.
over at Rylar, and then I'm looking up. Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Rylar's
Oh, what
like,
did Philip say?
who's she talking to? Oh, wait, it's that Philip guy. Right?
Yeah.
Huh. Interesting. You make a point. I'll have to ask.
Fern asked what Philip said. I agree. What did Philip say?
Philip was saying that there seems to be way more to you than what you present yourself to be.
He's all like, I don't know, I'm pretty skinny.
That's not what I mean, but we'll talk when we're back at the guild hall.
Yeah.
I like talking to you, Miss Emillynn Ray. It's fun.
All right.
Okay, so you guys make your way into the Dulamar colony. Of course, as you emerge from the forest, you open up to these rolling hills and grasslands that have been converted into these gorgeous farmland, and you're like, wow, this is some of the nicest farmland you've seen. And it's just very, you get the sense, on the way, as you're traveling to the edge of it, that guy, Sir Leobard, is you can overhear him talking to Captain Brunnock about, they really did a good job here. It makes sense, though. The soil is so rich in this area of minerals and such. It's perfect farmland. Excellent. Look forward to the report. And Captain Brunnock said, oh, yes, of course, yes. You're like, whatever you all say. And you look down, you're basically making your way down towards this, Dulamar colony. It's a village that's roughly, what was that?
Putting the bird to bed because she's just screaming her little birdie head off.
You guys want to take a quick break?
No, we're good. She's just going to run down there, put her to bed, and come right back.
And she can still hear us, right?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So since she can still hear us, we shall continue on. Looking down, not down, but kind of, you're slightly elevated as you come out of the forest on the hills, but then you see the hills kind of rolling, and you see a few little farm houses sparsed out, but most of them aren't too far across their fields from the main little village proper. And it's definitely a nice looking little village. You can tell log cabins and you know, a few of the buildings actually have, you know, been made of stone, and you can tell that a northern wall is built up around it, and they're working on what looks like additional wooden fortifications along, you know, on each side of it. And so you definitely see you know, a few soldiers, not many, because, you know, it's not a lot of, you know, a few MGA guards basically kind of patrolling on horseback. When I say a few, like literally like 3 or 4. And but you see people tilling the fields and working, and eventually you all make your way into well, you're kind of at the edge of the village as you're moving in, and Captain Brennick says,
So, we're gonna go in here. Looks like we got here all the way, thanks to you. You're good job. I'm gonna put in a good recommendation for you. You'll make sure that you get your guild pay when you get back. Unless you prefer to get paid here on this end, it's up to you. You for this particular quest assignment, it's up to you, really. If if you'd like to meet some of the village elders, we can arrange that. Some adventurers are a little bit shy about that sort of thing. It's really up to you.
I would love to talk to the village elders, and as far as payment goes, we can handle that when we get back to the guild.
Yeah.
He's all like, whoa, oh, really? Okay, well, I mean, I guess it makes sense since you're involved and all. You know. Must say, I hope to get you all on another assignment like this in the future. Although, a little disappointed you didn't perform for us during any of the days or evenings we were out. But you know.
She's writing a new song.
Ah, I see. All right.
Well, I mean,
You have a little ways, as you can see, before we get to the village. You want to share a song with us?
Sure. Pull up my song.
The Warbard songs.
Warbard songs.
All right. Well, very, very apropos since we are traveling through the forest. So, pull out the violin. Is everybody ready?
Yep.
Name this song. Rising up, back in the forest, seeing prey, taking chances. See the distance? Now I'm back in my realm, just me and my will to survive. So many times, they move away fast. I dodge left, they move right. Can't lose my grip on the goal up ahead. I must fight just to keep me alive. It's my eye of the ranger. It's the thrill of the hunt. Rising up to the challenge of my rival. And their last known location points me right on their path, and I'm tracking them all with my eye of the ranger.
Oh, that's great.
Well written there, Starkitty. I should say Emillynn Ray, Miss Emillynn Ray. Well written. Captain Brown, they're all like blown away by you, because you're playing it on your violin at the same time, and the guards and everybody is like. Sir Leobard afterwards, he comes up to you, says, "Milady, if you would like to come play at one of our after our meeting that we're going to have, all the nobles and merchants that reside on hand, we'll have a little get together. We'll be happy to pay you an extra stipend if you'd like to come perform for us. We really appreciate that."
Sure.
She deserves all of the money because she is the best.
Speaking
So what'd you
of,
roll in your performance?
24.
Nice. Okay. What were you about to say there?
Before I get to that, I was going to say not only does she slay on the battlefield, but she fucking slays on the violin too.
She does. She's always rolling crazy good on her performance checks.
I know every
rolled a
single one. Like I
15.
think, as far as I can remember, the lowest I think you rolled on performance was like
A 19,
I don't know. I think there was like a 17 or
16
something like
maybe, yeah. Maybe.
yeah. It was still like well above 15,
Mhm.
and it's well done.
Well, I mean, I do get a +9 to my performance.
What?
Yeah. And, well, you're also very you as a player wrote that well. That's pretty awesome.
Yes, that was very well written.
Yes.
I love it.
So
I love
good.
it.
Okay.
Now, so speaking of the nobles,
Mhm.
which one was it that saw the creature?
So Sir Leobard says, "Oh, I've been here. I've heard about that.
Yeah.
Because we're gonna go find it for him.
Yeah.
We're going to investigate.
Yeah. Kind of would like to get a first-hand experience.
So Sir
from him.
Leobard says, Sir Ilano was the one who turned in that quest and personally split the bill. Like he put up half of the 5,000 gold reward for it because he is convinced, one, that whatever it was could be extremely dangerous for the area, and two, that it's a rare enough find that as long as you bring back the 3 heads, you will get the full amount. He basically wants, he wanted the quest to protect the village, of course, because it's in his interest as an investment. But he also wants the heads on his wall, apparently. So he's willing to pay you all to hunt this thing.
Yes.
Is he here?
Yes, I believe he's one of the. So there's he and he's the main noble that lives here and resides on site. He helps. We actually are developing a new what do you call a winery?
Vineyard?
A vineyard. He's developing one of the fields as a vineyard, and so that's why he lives here on site. And he's mainly he's really the only noble that lives here in this village, alongside the merchant administrators that are administrating the farmlands. And so yes, I'm going to be meeting with him this afternoon. So if you'd like, I can arrange again. As I was saying, we were going to be having a little get together, a little dinner get together afterwards, and I wanted her to play. I was going to assume that you all were invited. We would love to have you, and then you can meet him and talk to him there. Seems appropriate. What do you think?
Sounds like a plan.
Very nice.
Sure.
He's all like, now you it's amazing how you have all these strange creatures, these insects and vines and leaves flowing all about you. Normally people like Sir Eleanor and honestly myself would be put off by it, but there's something about the pattern and the way you look, Fern, that it seems natural. So
And then
betrays me.
And then I make a spider crawl across my face.
and he says, well, perhaps maybe you shouldn't do that during the meeting.
But you said that it looks natural. So now I'm confused. Do you like these better? And then I just make like little fireflies.
He's like, yes, that's much better. Yes. Stick to that, little lady. That's a good idea.
You do know she's a druid, right?
Well, of course, I read the report of who was. Well, no, I didn't know that, because he was the one who was supposed to be escorting us.
Oh.
We were
yes.
just escorting him.
He's all like, clever. I see what you all did there. So yeah, he agreed. Basically, Sir Leobard agrees to introduce you guys to Sir Ilano during the little get together afterwards. And so if you guys are good with it, we'll just kind of skip to that part.
Yep.
Okay, you guys make your way into the little farming village. It's a quaint, beautiful little like an old English farming village. And of course, you get to go with Captain Brannock and the you put in the horses. You're not going to be on horseback anymore. And Fern was surprised at you guys. Actually, she didn't even think about it. It was like unconscious, but you guys were surprised at how well she rode a horse. Wait, she didn't ride a horse. She rode with him.
Yeah, she rode with Lorkris.
So, actually, I'll say this. Your character, Lorkris, was surprised at how calm and easy the horse handled on the way. You just chalked it up to it's a well-trained horse that they gave you, But it definitely seemed like it was a really calm, good-natured horse. So, and during it
And then
kept
Fern
snuggling
goes
up
to
to Fern.
horse.
Yes, exactly. I was going to say it kept snuggling up to Fern, and it really liked her, and she really made friends with it all along the way. So now, after they have their meeting, and you guys have gotten refreshments for yourselves, and checked out the little village, and you meet.
In that time frame. Sorry, if you don't mind me interjecting.
Go ahead.
In that time frame, I think knowing that we no longer have a horse for the way back, and it was a 5-day trek by horse, it's gonna maybe go look to see if we could lease some horses to go back, or what they would cost.
Keep in mind that it was a 5-day trek by horse, but it was a 5-day trek by cart, which is still. It's faster than your walk speed, but slower than actual horse speeds. But
True.
But yeah. So in actuality, if you guys, it's good thinking on that part, because you could potentially even cut it down some. Probably
Maybe with Emillynn Ray's performance tonight, they might give us horses. Or the guy that we're supposed to do the hunting, we can ask him.
Or I could just see how much it would be to lease a horse or buy it first, and then see what happens after.
Okay.
I mean, you have to, right, Emillynn, that's how negotiations work. Figure out what the baseline is and then work from there.
Yes.
Oh.
I'm just using all the tools at my disposal. You told me to do that,
Yes, that is true. So I would like to just inquire what it would cost to either buy, say, 3 horses or lease 3 horses to head back.
Buying horses would be pretty expensive. Horses are going to roughly cost. Actually, let's take a look. Their 5th ed might actually have a.
I think that still be in.
Let's see who beats each other. Oh wow, that's a lot less expensive than I thought. So a riding horse is 75 gold pieces. A war horse is 400 gold pieces. A pony is 30 gold pieces.
You said 75?
Yep.
Per horse?
Per horse, yeah.
Okay.
And to rent them would be roughly, I guess, probably a third of that cost.
We have so much money in our party fund too, But where will we keep horses when we go back?
Well, when we go back, remember how we slept in the tents in the back?
Oh.
I would imagine Jocko wouldn't be too opposed to having a couple of horses.
For the guild, and then maybe he will pay us back for them too.
Maybe we might be able to let them lend out.
Ooh, that's so
Possibly.
smart.
I don't know. In the meantime, I'll just kind of keep the cost of what the horses would be in the back of my head, and then I'll think of. Well, I'll let Miss Emillynn Ray know. I don't think. I'll talk to the bard. Talk to the.
What do you say to him?
Yeah. So, Miss Ray, actually, before I do that, aside from the costs, do they have war horses here? I would imagine no.
No,
At least,
not here.
yeah, okay.
Riding
But,
horses.
but I would be able to acquire, say, 3 horses here if I wanted to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you could. As far as buying horses here, you could probably buy 1 horse off of the stable master here. But you could also lease the same horses that came with this caravan. And actually, no, because they're going to be spoken for on the way back. So as far as the small village only is going to have 1 horse.
1 horse, okay.
I mean, one horse to sell.
Yes.
You will be able to lease a couple more horses, that they have set up for emergencies.
Okay. Well, I will let Miss Ray know. So there's really only 1 horse that we could probably buy. It's about 75 gold. The other ones we'd have to lease, potentially.
Did you also ask to see how much it would be for feed for the horse? Because it's going to take us some days to get back.
I did not.
We still have to feed the horse.
Yes.
But it's okay. We can find it out.
Yeah. I just, knowing there's only 1 horse for sale if we wanted one, and then leasing them is a possibility. Just so you know, maybe the what's the guy's name that we're about to go meet? Out of character.
Elano.
And don't forget, just out of character, you also need to meet someone else here, right? To investigate, because weren't there a couple of people that turned in those quests?
What, the Prenix? The ones near Prenix Village?
No, not the Prenix Village one, because you're not in Prenix Village. So
you're talking about the ghost people with the lanterns?
Oh yeah, the ghost people with the lanterns. You can talk to somebody from the hunter from Prenix Village. I'm talking about the
yeah, we were gonna go talk to the noble that saw the 3-headed beast, right?
Yeah, the noble that talked. Yeah. Okay, never mind. Never mind.
And I was gonna inquire with him if he might have horses to, maybe might have some pull.
Okay, all right.
You never know.
All right. Well, let's simplify things, because I'd rather. It's getting late. We're at 10 o'clock. And dang it, I wanted us to get one good combat tonight. So, let's exposition all this. Let's say that ultimately you all are able to. He tells you, you're because of her. Go ahead and roll me your performance check for the event that you have with them.
25.
Dang. Okay. You blow them away with your musical performance, and they're impressed by all you guys', you seem like really different kinds of adventurers than they're used to. For the most part, although he looks very traditional, the big guy with the weapons, right? But then the druid and the bard and the kid in the armor, but
cleric.
the guy who thinks he's a cleric. But the bottom line is you do impress them for lots of different reasons. And so Sir Lano tells you, he basically works out a deal with you that if you find the creature that he saw, and he can help you get on a track of it. He's like, if you find it and defeat it and bring me the heads, not only will I give the reward for the quest, he says, but I will give you 3 horses from you know, I will arrange for 3 horses that will be yours that you can take with you on the way back.
Okay.
Sounds like a deal.
So
Shake
all right.
hands.
Yeah. All right. So
Get it in writing.
yes, Sir Alano, he's the one who saw it. He's the one who wants these 3 heads. This beast.
Was it
is dangerous.
fuzzy? Was it scaly? Was it like bigger than the bear? Was it smaller
It
than the
was
bear?
definitely larger than the bear. The bear was a grizzly bear, I'm sure of it. And it was this creature. It even had this moment where I believe it unfurled its wings and almost flew off the ground as it was pulling the grizzly bear apart.
Did it
Oh,
have the
no.
same 3 heads?
It was too far away to tell, but it seemed like I would say no. I think one, at least from what I could tell from far away, I believe that one of the heads was maybe like a lizard, and then I think but then there were other times when I thought it might be hang on a sec. There it is. I thought it might be a lion, and I thought it might be a lizard, but I'm not sure. It was dark. It was dark, and it was far on the other side of the lake.
Out of character.
Out of character, don't say it. Do you think you know what it is?
I think I might know what it is.
Okay.
I'm just wondering if Lorkris would have any idea of what it is. That's where I'm. That's.
He's kind of more of a probably not. But I will say this: I will let you roll. What are your proficiencies again?
My proficiencies?
Yeah, your proficiencies would be the ones with dots next to it.
Yeah, athletics, insight, intimidation, nature, religion.
Yeah, unfortunately, neither nature nor religion would really.
What about survival?
No.
Yeah.
Survival is for like literal kind of survival stuff.
Yeah.
I roll a history.
What about
based on
history?
It's okay.
So history is a potential, but I want somebody with proficiency to roll it. And either I would say either history or arcane, whichever one. Arcana.
Arcana.
I have proficiency in Arcana.
Okay.
18 for history.
That's cocked.
I
So
player know what it is.
14 plus 7.
21.
That one.
Yeah. So your character and your character suspect, and I think probably Lorkris knows, just for curiosity's sake. So, I think everybody is just because the player that our folks that are watching may not know, but I'll let all of you try and say it at the same time if you want. Well, we'll go 1 on 3. Okay. Ready?
I don't know if I know the name of the creature specifically. If I'm thinking of the right one, that's why I was wondering if I could take a stab at it as a player.
Then the bard will let us know. We'll role play that you let it. Go ahead, tell everybody.
So
And Druid knows too. Her character knows. Fern has knowledge of, what did you roll? Arcana?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've had. But see, you're so inexperienced. Why would you have that knowledge?
I don't know. Maybe Solana was saying something.
Yeah, it could have been a story.
True.
And
Maybe Lady Solana told you interesting legends and tales of this kind of creature. So, what do you think it is, Starkitty?
do you want me to role play it or say it?
You can role play it.
So you're saying it possibly has 3 heads. One could be a lizard, one could be a lion. In the tales that I've heard in my travels as a bard, it sounds more like a chimera. What do you think, Fern?
Fern, you concur with your role that this is
Yeah,
likely.
yeah. So Lady Solana used to tell us all these really cool stories about it. Do you remember Lorkris? She fought and killed one too.
Mm-hmm.
Is
Cleric
that what
is
you-
usually a goat.
Is that what you thought it was?
As a player, I often mix up Manticore and Chimera because I've seen a lot of imagery of Manticores look the same as a Chimera.
Yeah, in
And with a
D&D,
Chimera, I think of goat or ram horns along with it, which since there was that no description, my first thought was Manticore.
Whenever I
Winged,
Chimera, I
lion
think of-
face, snake tailed creature. Anyway.
all right. So let's do it to it. Let's wrap up. So you describe to him what you think it is, and he's like, "Oh, that sounds about right, yes." And he takes you out to the edge of the lake as far as he's willing to, and up to a certain point, and shows you where he saw it from and where he pointed out where he saw it at. You guys make your way to that location, and now you get to roll survival for tracking. All of you wants to roll survival. Golly, anybody who has survival as a proficiency. I mean, technically anybody can roll it, but
15.
18.
20.
Damn. Okay. Rylar gets an 11, and that is a proficiency. That's funny. Basically,
I'm not proficient in survival.
all of you find the remains of what is a grizzly bear, and sure enough, even though this is a flying creature, it tends to fly. It tends to try and stick to where it can perch on trees and stuff, and so it's a big enough creature. It's a large monstrosity. And Chimera, she basically describes to you that one head is a dragon head, one head is a lion head, and one head is a goat head with dragon wings and a dragon tail. And the rear hoofs are here. I'm just gonna show everyone the picture, and then
I was looking to see if we
I
actually
do.
had one. Oh, we do have one?
We all think of chimeras and we all think of
Full Metal Alchemist.
the fusion dance.
so that's what you guys. Everybody roll. You're able to. Did I have you roll your survival check already?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why did I close it? Damn it. Where is it? Here it is. We'll bring that out once you guys actually. So you guys are able to track it. By the way, for folks watching, we don't normally rush it to this like this, but I really want to wrap up tonight with some combat. And yeah, so that's what we're doing. you guys can get a taste of it, see what it's like. So the group goes to the edge of the lake and starts to track this thing through the trees. And they eventually find a hillock that's basically just north of the lake, deep in the forest. And the hillock is surrounded by a deep thicket of woods, gnarled, and we're gonna. In that hill, they see what looks like a darkened cave. Oh yeah, guess what? Combat light. And then we need to switch screens here.
Fight, fight,
which
fight,
one?
fight.
This one? Yeah. We're going to say roll for initiative because here's
We want to fight. Oh no,
the top of this hill where the cave opening is.
Cave opening. Okay.
Yes. It's basically a hillock that's just kind of got a dugout cave, and then covered, surrounded by, well, there's some other hills, there's some rocks, and then there's trees.
Breaking out the foliage.
Oh yeah. Nice.
I like the red lighting. It gives it a spooky glow. All right.
Yeah.
There's the
It looks
foliage.
great on.
You guys coming in from this way. I believe your normal formation is like this. Is that right?
Yes. Generally.
You guys see this thing lazily sitting the way a cat might, chewing on the remains of some sort of carcass that is now unidentifiable. And by the way, here's the creature. For a little close up, everybody. There's the camera. So this is what he looks like.
Oh my goodness.
Nice.
And
then,
yeah, he's just like right on the edge of his cave, half in and out of his cave, just leisurely munching on a carcass, and has not spotted or heard you guys yet because he's just fat and happy from his meal. And every once in a while, the heads will kind of bite at each other over the food.
and then around what time of day is this that we're doing it?
Oh, this is you guys would have gone the next day.
Next day. So
this is morning. So you would have traveled here probably just a couple hours. So this is like mid-morning. So,
okay. Sure, I know what the lighting is.
Yeah. So roll for initiative. You're not going to get a surprise round on him, but he's also not going to get a surprise round on you.
Darn.
12.
5.
Let's see. Yeah. Jules me. So.
Oh no.
Tell me when I ask you. Just a sec. Sec.
Oh no. No. Put this.
And then.
Wait, I have to click the pen closed. Okay.
Yes.
No, none of that.
Sorry.
I'm just teasing you. Baby. All right, Fern.
I got 12.
Okay. I don't know why you're sweating that. That's kind of middle, that's not bad. Lorkris.
5. That's why I'm sweating.
Did you say 5? Okay.
Yeah.
And Ray.
Roll a fucking 3.
So Emillynn Ray, we call her Ray for short, or Miss Ray, or Miss M. I guess there's lots of cute names. All right, 6?
It's okay.
Did you say 6?
Yes.
Okay.
I rolled a 3.
Oh no. No.
Well, you guys should be happy. I just rolled that for this thing's initiative, I suppose.
Oh, I guess it's going first.
Yeah, I rolled a nat 20 for its initiative, so.
Oh, yeah.
I'm glad it was on the initiative, though.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, it's at the top, but whatever. I would rather it be a nat 20 on initiative than a nat 20 on a.
That's true.
Okay.
I could roll really good perform checks, but when it comes to initiative, I'm like, nope.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
No, Lorkris and I
So-
both only.
About now, it spots you guys, and one head kind of perks up looking at you guys, and then the other heads kind of look at the one head, and then they perk up, and you can see the eyes of excitement, like, oh, look, more prey, yum, it came to me. That's the look on its face. And so here's a neat little trick that we like to do here to show elevation. This thing immediately takes flight and comes straight at you guys. It's gonna double move though. It's gonna dash, but since it can't attack, it won't get right. So fine. It closes the distance about here and is roughly 30 feet off the ground. Where'd he go? Oh. It's hovering right at you, flying right at you guys. And that's what it does on its initiative. And now
So it's about
it
30
is
feet up.
Rylar's turn.
What?
Rylar rolled a 14.
What?
Rylar goes, oh, what is that? He's all like, what should I do, guys? And
Purple beamer.
it's not your turn. You can't say anything. So he.
I think it would be her turn after him.
Yeah, he. Since he's not sure what to do, because he's not exactly the brightest bulb, he's all like, "Well, I can help you," and so he then casts guidance on Miss Emillynn Ray. So, as a cantrip, obviously. It's a cantrip.
Okay, so I get a D4 on a skill check.
Is that what guidance does? Is it D4?
Yeah, it's a D4, but
So I think it's an attack or a skill check, isn't it?
I'm double checking. Guidance. Add a D4 on one ability check of its choice.
Oh, one ability check. Yeah, okay. That's what he does. He casts guidance on you.
Oh, okay.
It's a concentration spell.
Oh, wow, your hair looks really cool like that. All right. So it's a concentration spell. That's okay. That's all right. Really? I'm going to override that for now. I'm going to think about that because that doesn't make sense to be a concentration spell. That he would have to hold it until you use it, until somebody else uses it. I think I'm going to consider that to be a misprint. That doesn't make sense. All right. Fern, you're up.
I cast Earthbind.
Say that all over again.
I'm going to cast Earthbind.
Okay.
Choose one creature you can see within range. Yellow strips of magical energy loop around the creature, and the target must succeed on a strength saving throw, or its flying speed, if any, is reduced to 0 for the spell's duration. An airborne creature affected by the spell must safely descends 60 feet per round until it reaches the ground or the spell ends.
Well
Strength
done.
saving throw, DC 15.
I'm impressed that you thought of that. Wow. So does it have a range?
300 feet.
No, that's
Jeez.
how long you can cast it. Does it have a range as far as how high the creature can be off? Well, I guess if it's 300 feet.
Yeah, the range is 300 feet. It's concentration up to 1 minute.
Wow.
And you only have it only says once, like if he succeeds, he succeeds. If he fails, he's failed for the duration of the spell, which is 1 minute.
Wow. Cool. All right. So he's gonna. You said the DC is a 15,
Yeah.
and it's a wisdom save,
Strength save.
a strength save. Oh, okay. That's its
I know.
best save, but still, that's really a smart move on your part. I got to give you props. Let's see. Oh wait, that was a
Yeah.
D12. My bad. I grabbed the wrong die. Oh my goodness. Rolled a 4. So 4 plus 4 is 8. That's not going to get there. You immediately hobble it. So you hobble it from the air anyway. It immediately has. How does it describe it? Does it say it immediately descends, or that?
An airborne creature affected by the spell safely descends at 60 feet per round until it reaches the ground or the spell ends.
Okay, trying to determine if it happens immediately or on its turn.
I would imagine that it would start on its turn,
Yeah.
I think so too. Yep.
and then it just at least this is how I'm interpreting it. Since its flying speed is reduced to 0, it will prevent it from taking off until that concentration is broken.
Oh, absolutely.
So I
That's
have to
exactly
pick
that's actually accurate. It's just I'm trying to determine when it occurs and how. Yeah. Cool. All right. Well done, Fern. Next up is Ray.
And hold on, wait. I move away.
All
like
right. Where do you want to move?
I just want to move away from it, like 15 feet.
How about like there? By the way, there's I don't here. There's some more trees. I just don't have enough trees. Did you want to hide behind a bush over here? Is that okay?
Yeah.
All right.
How high in the air is this?
It's 30 feet up right now.
30 feet up?
Yeah, 30 feet up, but then it's also
Oh, great.
it's 35 feet away from you and 30 feet up. So I forgot how that geometry works. But I know that basically it means it's, farther away from you.
Yeah.
I'm guessing like 45
Okay.
or 50, I don't know, something like that.
All right. Is he wearing any armor?
No.
Darn. Can't use my favorite spell, guys.
No cheaty super bard spell for this fight. Just kidding. I love that spell. I'm a big fan of it. So
It's great. It's fantastic.
You know what you need to do? You need to figure out how to like slap random collars on people or creatures and just like heat metal that.
I also have access to heat metal, but I won't take it because
Doesn't make sense.
it doesn't make sense for Fern.
Anyway,
So at the angle, is it still at least within 60 feet of me?
yeah.
Sweet. Okay, then I'm gonna cast Shatter. Hold on. The 10-foot radius spear centered on a point.
Okay.
Each creature in a 10-foot radius sphere centered on that point must make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. So you basically target in the air, where it's just within range.
Yes.
What's the DC?
15.
And you said con saving throw,
Yes.
which is a +4. What happens if he succeeds? Because I got a 17.
Takes 3d8 thunder on a failed or half as much on a successful.
3d8. Okay, so roll 3d8 and then it'll take half damage. Does it have any other secondary effects like the sound of it or anything? Or is that only if it fails?
So I rolled 3, so that's 9 points of damage.
So it's half of 9, right? So
yeah.
4. Okay.
It just goes on to say a creature made of inorganic materials such as stone, crystal, or metal has disadvantage on the saving throw and on magical objects.
Right.
Yeah.
I remember that.
That's about it.
Cool. Thank you. All right. It's up to
Go, Lorkris.
Lorkris, the Goliath.
yeah.
I meant to say something on my turn.
That's okay. It's not completely. Go ahead. It's all right. As a free action, you yell out.
As a free action, I yell at Rylar, purple beamer.
Okay. And all right. Do you move or do you stay where you're at?
I'm gonna stay where I'm at right now.
Okay. And what's Lorkris up to?
Emillynn, you yelled purple beamer.
Yes.
Okay. So
And you recognize actually you've probably never seen her cast that spell before. So you don't really recognize what Fern cast on it. So.
yeah, I don't know what's going on. I mean, I do, but I don't.
Right.
I know she's doing good. Lorkris will reiterate what Miss Emillynn Ray said and tell Rylar hit it with the purple beamer, and then Lorkris is gonna try to hit it with a guiding bolt.
Okay.
Yeah.
I believe that's a spell attack, right?
Yes.
120-foot range.
Roll it.
Dirty 20.
Okay, so that's definitely a hit.
It's a hit.
And what's the damage?
4d6 radiant damage. 8.
Was that a first level spell?
Yes.
That is a first level spell, yes.
So 8 damage, you said?
Mm-hmm.
But the next creature.
Right. Yeah, I know. The next attack that goes at it has advantage.
Exactly.
All right. And so it is now its turn.
So disappointing.
Do it.
I rolled 3 3s on 3d8s.
It suddenly goes to the ground. Whoops. Knocking over trees and bushes along the way. And it quickly. What was that?
It descends safely.
It says it in the spell.
No, I know that, but it doesn't take damage. It's just it angrily comes back down, and then it.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Flavor text. I get it.
Yeah. And then it basically closes the distance with these 3 people.
I forgot. I have to use my
I
wand.
should have moved. Oh well.
That's okay. All right. Actually, hang on. Before it moves, its dragon head shoots out, exhales a 15-foot. Actually, needs to get a little closer. As it's moving forward, the dragon head exhales a 15-foot cone of fire. So basically, all 3 of you, everyone except Fern, needs to roll a dexterity saving throw.
What's the DC?
Oh, I don't get to tell you the DC. You tell me what you roll.
Yeah.
6, 7.
I still have guidance, right?
You do. All right. So what did you roll there? I need to roll for Rylar here.
I had a total of an 8.
Rylar succeeds. You had a total of an 8?
Yes.
With the guidance?
Yes. I rolled a 1.
Okay. Did you want to perhaps use an inspiration die? Up to you.
Yes, I'll use my inspiration die.
All right.
I
So
do want to do
for players in 5th Ed, you can do this thing. Have this thing called inspiration. They have not used any of their inspirations yet, but
7, 8,
She'll technically have that, don't I?
Mm-hmm.
13. No, 14. 14.
now. So basically, you're with the inspiration. What you're doing is you're re-rolling the original roll. So it means you also get to apply the guidance to this. So what's the total?
Yeah, it's a
Was it?
an 8.
What did you roll on the guidance?
I rolled a 1.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's a
So with the guidance, it's a 14 or a 15?
14 total.
Well, that's a shame. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. What did you get, Lorkris?
20.
All right. So you succeeded. What's going to happen is you and Rylar are going to take half damage.
I get to take full damage.
Yeah.
Woohoo!
Um.
I wonder if I'll have a come to Weejoss moment.
All right. You're going to take 35 points of damage. And the looks on your faces. You guys obviously take half of that, which is what's 17, right?
I'll take your.
Oh
take your
no!
word I don't want to do it. Okay, never mind.
So I'm at 1.
All right. So Warbard drops to 1 from the flame breath attack of the Chimera, and it closes the distance for its other 2 attacks. And one head goes after Lorkris, and one head goes after Rylar. So the bite from the lion. It's a good thing they don't get to do that breath very often. The bite from Rylar, or the bite from the lion hits Rylar, and the horns from the ram go after Lorkris. What's your armor class again, Lorkris?
18.
All right, you are also hit. So let's do the bite first. Takes. Okay, and then you take 6 points of damage from the bite. I mean, from the horns.
I take 6.
Yep.
No.
Yeah. Okay. Rylar looks pretty messed up too. Not as messed up as her, but all right. So now we're back to it's Rylar's turn, and Rylar, he got flamed up and burnt and bit, and he's all like, super freaked out. So he yells out, sorry, Miss Emillynn Ray, I'm gonna do something different. I'm gonna hit it with my black butt blaster.
Don't forget, this has advantage.
Correct. And
Black butt blaster.
this one is basically you know what he likes to call his weird spells, his weird stuff. You all know this as his ray of enfeeblement. And a black beam of enervating energy springs from your finger toward a creature within range. Make a ranged spell attack with advantage, and that's going to be a hit. And on hit, the target deals only half damage with any weapon attacks that use strength until the spell ends. So from now on, it's going to basically be doing half damage to you guys, except for if it gets its breath weapon back again, or if or when. All right. So and Rylar, because of what was that feat he took? Yeah, point blank shot is why he can cast that like that
In its face.
Yep. All right, and now it is
Burn.
Fern. You're up.
Okay.
By the way, guys, I did roll kind of above average, although it is a nasty. His fire breath attack is a 7d8 damage, so but I rolled kind of above average there.
What to do, you guys? Hold on, wait. I'm so sorry.
Are you as flabbergasted as your character right now?
Yeah. So, okay. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to cast. So I'm gonna have to drop concentration on Earthbind.
Okay.
And as a bonus action, I'm gonna cast Healing Spirit. And it's range of 30 feet or 60 feet. So I'm gonna put it like next to Emillynn Ray. and it's gonna be like a cute little fairy.
So what's its? So I know its range. What's its like radius?
It's a 5-foot cube, so it's like the size of a.
Oh, it's 1 square basically. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll just put it next to Ray. We'll know that it's her spot. So. Okay.
You call forth the nature spirit to soothe the wounded. The intangible spirit appears in the space that is 5 foot. I choose that it looks like a fey creature. So until the spell ends, whenever you or a creature you can see that moves into the spirit's space for the first time on a turn or starts its turn there, you can cause the spirit to restore 1d6 hit points to that creature. No action required. The spirit can't heal constructs.
Okay.
The spirit can heal a number of times equal to 1 plus your spellcasting ability modifier.
Okay. So basically, she sees a little pixie floating above her and a light flowing out from the pixie, and she gets D6 hit points back, right?
Yeah. On the start of her turn.
On the start of her turn. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So.
That was my bonus action.
Right. And what's your regular action?
My action is going to be to cast Chill Touch.
Okay.
So I'm going to roll to hit. Go. 18 plus 7.
That's definitely a hit. Roll your damage.
Okay. 2.
Okay. All right. So.
I'm sweating.
It's all right. Next is going to be Fern.
Fern just went.
Sorry, Fern. Yeah. So Ray, you're up.
Oh, I get a D6 hit points back, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Here, I'll roll it. You get 4 hit points back.
Woo, I'm at 5.
So wait. So I can heal somebody 6 times. So that now I have 5.
Okay.
Heals
so
left.
you might make a note of that, write it down on your notepad or something.
So grab a D6 and put the 5 up. That's
Yeah.
So now you have 5.
I have a tracker.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Now it's what's Ray doing?
I'm trying to decide. I need to get the hell away from it. I know that. The disengage action is a full action, right?
It's a full action.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But you can take, like, if you do a disengage, you can take a bonus action, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know if you have any bonus actions.
I have bonus action healing word, but that's a ranged heal. So I don't know. I don't think I can use it on myself.
What does it say?
Healing word. A creature of your choice you can see within range regains hit points equal to 1d4.
A creature of your choice that you can see within range. So it doesn't really sound like it works for you. You probably want to just make it. I mean, you could cast on Rylar if you wanted to, or if you have something else you want to do, you can do it.
Oh yeah. So I am gonna disengage and go hide behind a tree.
All right. Engage behind a tree. The little glowy thing stays in that spot though.
And I am gonna cast healing word on Rylar.
Okay.
It's D4 plus my spellcasting modifier.
5.
Rylar gets 7 hit points back.
Nice. That's much better. He had dropped it to well, I'm not supposed to tell you, but he had dropped to 10. All right. So I believe it's now Lorkris' turn.
You are right next to the thing.
Am I within range for that heal to proc? Is that how that works?
If you want to step into it, it's in a 5 foot square.
Yeah, so if I take a
if you
2 or
step
3
into it,
steps
you'll still be engaged with the enemy, and you'll be able to heal and attack it if you want to.
Yeah, so I will shift to get closer to Rylar, and in doing so, stepping within that space to heal.
Okay.
So 1d6.
So 1d6.
Let me roll it for you here. This is a DM thing. 5 hit points back.
5 hit points.
Yep.
Nice.
My
So I'm gonna do
D6
that
is like
first.
you tonight.
Nice. Heal.
My
Yum, yum.
D8's not so much.
I'm going to and as I'm stepping into that space, I'm gonna look at Rylar and tell Rylar to protect Miss Ray.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to strike this Chimera with the Gladius blade.
Go for it. Roll it.
19 to hit.
Yep. Roll your damage.
Wonderful. So 1d8 plus 4 plus 1, so 9 damage in total. And I would like to what's the word? What is it? Where are you?
Divine Smite.
Yeah, Divine Smite. Where's my Divine Smite? It's when it hits.
Yeah, it's when
Yes.
it hits, but you've already given me your damage.
When you hit with the melee attack, you expend 1 spell slot to do 2d8 extra radiant damage.
And does
Okay.
it say you can do that even after you've already been declared as a hit? Or do you have to declare it before you have been declared as a hit?
It doesn't explicitly state.
It says when you hit with a melee weapon
I can
attack,
expend, yeah.
you can expend 1 spell slot to deal 2
I'll let it
d8.
go this time. Normally you need to tell me before you roll damage, though.
Okay. Sorry, I try to keep it together so I don't forget what
it's
I'm.
all right. All right, so
'Cause
go
I-
ahead and roll the extra 2d8.
Okay. And that adds an additional 12 damage.
All right, that's not bad.
And that ends my turn.
Okay. The creature's turn. The Chimera
Oh no.
getting ready to feast on you guys. All right, so I'm going to
Feebled
roll
and
to
normal.
see if it gets its breath weapon back. And
Don't forget he's enfeebled.
Yep, it doesn't. Well, the enfeeble doesn't affect its breath weapon. Luckily,
know.
it did not get its breath weapon back this turn. So now it is going to. The big guy looks like the biggest threat, so he's going to get bite and horns, and Rylar is going to get claws. So bite on your character is 14, doesn't hit.
Nope.
Horns, headbutt. 20 does hit.
Oh no.
Rylar, the claws is.
Wait, I got bite and horns?
No, you didn't get bit. You got horns. Yeah, it attacked you with its bite and its horns. But
Gotcha,
only the
okay.
horns hit you.
Okay, I thought the horns went to Rylar.
No, the claws went to Rylar. And the claws just barely missed Rylar, didn't penetrate his armor. So the bite didn't penetrate your armor, but the horns basically, punch through your armor and shield for a little bit of damage. And I'm gonna half it, of course. Oh wow, that's not gonna be bad at all. So it's 7.5 is 3. So wow, that was effective of Rylar. So next is Rylar, and Rylar's all like, "Okay, purple beamer now," and he's gonna try and hit it with his purple beamer. Actually, since he's in close combat with it, he's used up 1 spell. So he can only have 1 other spell. Yeah, he wants to hold out just in case. But he is going to go ahead and hit it with the Eldritch Blast, which is his purple beamer. And that plus that is a hit. And I believe purple beamer is a D10. Is that correct?
Yes.
Ooh, max damage. Nice. Nice. All right. So that was Rylar's turn. Fern, you're up.
Ew. Going to cast. Oh no. Oh no. I'm going to. Oh no. Oh no. Okay.
My batteries are starting to run low here, so.
Oh no. Oh no. Is it within 10 feet of me?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, that's okay.
Well,
Anyways.
actually, it's within 15. You would have to move 1 square. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna move up 1 square.
Mm-hmm.
But kind of like 1 square, or like within 10 feet, but kind of like more behind it. Yeah. And then I'm gonna cast Poison Spray.
Actually, it's.
It is a Constitution saving throw, DC 15.
All right. And what if it makes it save?
Nothing happens.
Unfortunately, it makes it save.
Okay.
Okay. So Fern is done. Ray.
All right, I'm gonna cast a spell.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna cast Cloud of Daggers. Fill the air with spinning daggers in a cube 5 feet on each side, centered on a point you choose within range, 60-foot range. A creature takes 4d4 slashing damage when it enters the spell's area for the first time on a turn or starts its turn there. There's no saving throw.
Now, what'd you say it was again?
It's a cube 5 feet on each side, centered on a point you choose.
5 feet on each side?
Yeah, that's what the spell says, in a cube 5 feet on each side.
I then would imagine that is it's 5 feet high, 5 feet wide, 5 feet long.
Okay, so it's just like a 5-foot spot. All right.
Yeah.
So you want to just do it, but like over here?
Yes, behind it or somewhere, as long as it doesn't hit the 2 in front of it.
All right, cool. How's that? Does that work?
That works. All right, it takes 4d4 slashing damage. No save.
Wow, not
It's
bad.
a concentration spell, so I can keep it up for up to a minute.
Okay.
Oh no, sorry, it's when it starts its turn there.
When it starts its turn.
Or when it enters there, so when it comes
Did
back
we remember
its
to
turn.
roll hit points for? Yeah, we did. Okay, all right. So, all right. So on its turn, basically.
Yes.
Okay. So Ray's done. Lorkris.
Am I within? I'm within the same range to reheal from.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, so let's do that.
2 points.
I'll take it. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna keep on whacking.
Roll it.
$11.
To hit?
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay.
So, question: that
What?
inspiration die, is that something I still have?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Is it on your character sheet? I don't think you've used one.
I haven't used it,
Do you want to use it now?
and that would allow me to re-roll the d20 and use whatever that roll is,
Correct.
whether it's better or worse.
Correct.
Yeah, I would like to use it.
Roll it.
Yeah. Thanks.
Make sure you erase the inspiration die. Yeah.
13.
13 total?
Yeah.
Okay. You
Don't hit it.
you hit it, you just don't penetrate its thick armor. It's thick hide. It's armored hide. It was worth a shot. Hey, both of you ended up using your inspiration die to no effect, but that's the way it goes sometimes. It is now your turn, Ray. No, it's not. Yeah. It's its
Since
turn,
it's-
so you're going to roll the damage.
I will say that for then my bonus action, I will use my channel divinity and harness divine power and bring back a first level spell slot.
Gotcha. Okay. Damage?
Nice.
10 points of damage. I rolled a 1, 2, 3, 4.
Nice. Okay. You guys are chipping away at it, and now it's its turn. And let's roll to see if it
As
gets
my
breath
reaction,
Mhm.
I'm gonna use my what is it called? It's my thing.
Wild shape, circle of spores.
The circle of spores.
Mm-hmm.
Features and traits. That's where it is.
Hmm.
My
Halo of spores.
my halo of spores. You can use your reaction to deal 1d4 necrotic damage on a creature
Within 10 feet of you, right?
within
Roll
10
it.
feet.
Roll it.
No, it's a con save DC 15.
Okay, roll it down. Well, let's try and be speedy about it. It missed the save. Roll your damage.
3. Okay, continue.
Sorry, we don't normally try and rush it, but we are running out of time and running out of battery on these wireless. So, okay. So who that was Fern? No, it's its turn.
Creature's turn. Yeah, we're on the creature's turn.
It's going to actually make a bite on Rylar, a claw on Lorkris. Bite on Rylar is a miss. Claw on Lorkris is a miss. And it's going to actually move to headbutt Fern. And because it moved out of our threat range, we both get attacks of opportunity on it, Rylar and Lorkris.
Yep.
I'm going to have it do its claw attack against her first, though. And oh wow, it fumbles. So I'm going to figure out the fumble, but we need to do the attacks of opportunity first because those actually happened before. I just wanted to roll it now. But go ahead and roll your attack of opportunity on it.
20.
So that's a hit. And Rylar, he has a.
I know.
That's not Rylar.
Can I divine smite that?
Not as an attack of opportunity.
Oh, nope. Yeah, that's correct because it all is considered. Yeah, never mind.
Rylar
Yes.
also gets a whack on it. So go ahead and roll your damage.
7.
7, all right. Rylar gets 5 points on it. You get 7 points on it. Okay. And now it headbutts Fern. What's your... Oh. No, that's right. I already did that. I already fumbled. The creature's fumble. Oh, is a bad one. Complete moron. Hit self, critical hit. It bites one of its own heads by mistake during the... Actually, it headbutts, since it's trying to headbutt her with the ram horn, one of the other heads got in the way of it and gets hit. And so that's going to be a 2d6 plus 4. And doubled, so 9 and 4 is 13. It does 26 points of damage to its own head by accident. Things were going bad at first, but now the RNG gods have favored you guys. All right, so wow, okay. And now we're back to Rylar. Rylar's like, you suck, big nasty scary creature. And he's gonna he's just gonna hit it with a purple beamer again.
Aye, purple beamer.
And that's a hit. And that is 6 points of damage.
Yes.
All right, and now we're to Fern.
Okay, as my bonus action, I am going to move my little healing spirit.
By the way, did it hit you for damage? I forgot. No, it hit itself. It fumbled.
Yes.
Yeah, yes. You're going to move the healing spirit? Okay.
I can move it 30 feet. I want to move it. Can I move it to Miss Ray?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to move it to Miss Ray. And then it's a free action. She can be healed.
On her turn, I believe, right? Or is it on her turn, or is it during when it's there? I think it's on her turn, isn't it?
Yeah, on her turn.
Yeah. All right. And then what's she gonna do?
And then, as my action, I'm going to do my. Oh. No. No, I can't do that anymore. Yeah, I'm just gonna do symbiotic entity, and I'm gonna give myself the 16 temporary hit points.
Okay. 16 temporary hit points.
Yes.
All right. And now you're done. So now we are to Ray, I believe, right?
Yay, I get a d6 hit points back.
Okay. 2 hit points.
Darn. 7. All right. I'm going to say as a reaction, Lorkris, can you move to flank? I'm going to drop concentration on my spell because it's only centered on that spot and the Chimera moved. So it no longer has it.
Right. Did I move it out of the way? I did, didn't I?
No, the little die is still on it. But yeah, you can move it.
So it's spot.
Yeah.
It's the spot right over here.
But I'm going to drop the concentration on it because it's no
you
longer
dropped.
in it.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. That way Lorkris can move to flank.
Right.
And then I am going to cast Healing Word on who looks worse, Lorkris or Rylar?
You'd have to actually take the time to roll a medical check in the middle of combat to determine that. They both look pretty messed up.
Okay. I'll heal Lorkris.
Okay.
For 6 points.
Thank you.
And I believe it is now Lorkris' turn.
Yep. So I will move to right up on its backside, flanking.
Right.
And that gives me advantage, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Sweet. Yeah. And then I'm gonna whack it.
Roll it.
Yeah. Whack it. First one was a 19. Second one, 13. So 25 to hit.
Yeah, that's definitely hit. Roll your damage.
Sweet. And then we're gonna do this here. Oh, 6 damage top. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry. Yep.
And back to the top of the round. It gets one more whack on you guys. It's what?
As my reaction, I want to do my circle, my
spores.
You can do your spores every round as a reaction.
It's a reaction.
All right, roll.
Yeah.
It's a con check, you said. Is it a con saving throw?
Last round.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a Constitution saving throw, DC 15.
It failed. Roll your damage.
My Halo of Spores, since I'm using the symbiotic entity, is now a D6 instead of a D4 for 3 points of damage.
Nice.
Damage is damage.
Yeah,
Damage is damage.
it's
Carry on.
super messed up, and it's not happy. Let me see here. Oh crap! It gets its breath weapon back. It is angry at this spore creature, this weird anomalous creature that keeps hitting it. It's gonna blow its breath weapon right in your face. Roll me a dexterity saving throw.
Hold on. I have to put this right. Oh no! Oh no! 8!
Okay. Luckily, I rolled pretty crappy. Take 24 points of damage.
Okay, my symbiotic entity is no longer active. So 16. What was the total?
24.
So
that's an 8.
No. It's what's 8? What?
So she had 16 temporary hit points, so she's doing the math.
Right,
so
right,
those
right.
temporary
So,
hit points came first, and then
I got it.
more.
I got it. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to be rude or pressure.
you're
No, you're good. No, you're
All right,
good.
we've hit
Question
our 11 o'clock, but we're so close. And it's going to now do a bite and a horns against her.
Oh no.
The horns miss, the bite hits. Of course, you're going to take half of this damage because of Rylar's thing. 5 and 4 is 9. So you take 4 points of damage. And then Rylar like, I've had just about enough of you. And he casts his here's my big blue shocker and hits it with a witch bolt.
Big blue shocker.
Or is it big blue shocker or not big blue? What was it, guys? It was
Big blue. It was his blue shocker.
it was the blue shocker, right?
Yeah, the blue shocker.
Oh, it's a hit. That's cool. I'm gonna roll. I just need to roll to see if I hit. And that's a hit. Cool. And rolling the d12. Rolling it. Oh my gosh. Took it out for Exacxies. 3 points of damage.
Whoa.
The Chimera crumples over in pain and agony as you guys barely eke out finishing it off. And you all look at each other like, what the hell did we just take on?
I peek around the tree. Is everybody okay? Is everybody alive?
Yeah. I'm gonna walk over to Rylar, and just like I'll pat him on the shoulder, tell him like, great job, and in doing so, I'm gonna do my lay on hands pool. I'm gonna give him
All of
5.
it or some of it?
I'll give him 5 HP.
And I'm gonna reach to Miss Ray, and I'm gonna give her a big hug, and I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds on her.
Okay. So you guys go around to each other, giving each other hugs and heals at the same time as hugs. And we will wrap up here.
Hugging me. I'm like, hey.
11 points. 11 points.
11 points, nice. So this has been phenomenal, a great fight. It was a really tough challenge, but you guys were up for it. What are you about to say?
I am sweating so bad right now.
Yeah, that was great. That was great.
So we got to wrap up, guys, because our mic is about ready to quit on us, and it's also we've got a few minutes over, but right on time. Normally, guys, we'll be starting at 6 p.m. from now on, and quit right about this time, and we'll do a little bit better about wrapping it up just in time. But
Thank you, everybody.
thank you guys so much for the amazing adventure that it was, and I hope you guys liked it. I know you guys liked it, and I can't wait to see you guys next week. And of course,
and thank you to those for the follow and the subs.
yeah, and
Yeah,
I believe
yes,
that Fate is going to be streaming his stream soon, right?
Next Sunday.
Next Sunday, okay. Druid, do you know when you're going to be on next?
Huh? When I'm gonna be on next?
Yeah.
Next Friday.
Next Friday? Okay, cool. I will be on Monday for Endrall, guys, as usual.
And I don't stream yet.
You all have a wonderful weekend. We love you, and we'll see you all
Thank
next
you
time.
guys for hanging out. I really appreciate you all.
Mhm.
Really quick.
StarkItty, can you respell Emillynn for me?
Oh, sure. It's EMILLYNN.
Oh, there's 2 N's.
Yes.
I thought there was 1 N. Okay. So we're not going to stop on Discord, guys. I'm just going to stop the stream. So just hang on a second, okay?
Good
So-
night, everybody.
Let me actually just put it in our ending stream. We love you all. Thank you so
Love
much.
you guys. Thank you.
You all say what you want to say to everybody before they go.
Peace, love, and chicken grease.
Peace, love, and chicken grease. I love it.